Marmalade and welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? How are you? How is everything? It's been a bit. I see. Well, that is a sad news. That's a sad news. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How's everything? How was your December? It's been a full December. That's the thing, right? It's been a full December, so that's a lot. We're trying a new thing with so many stuff. The chat is on the other side as usual, so that's kind of weird. Obviously, as you can probably tell, the overlay has changed just a smidge. We are in a bit of a different type of vibe, I guess. I think the reasoning behind it is mostly the thing that I've worked on for the perfume app kind of influenced me into a different type of situation. So now we have that Polaroid style thing. I removed the color themes stuff, even though I kind of wanted to bring it back. But for now, makes no sense. So we are going to be gray for the first stream. And then maybe if I have time, I will add it back. But yeah, that is the thing. The main important thing as well for anyone that is kind of here usually is the new time of starting time zone time stuff. So basically what's happening is on the last stream we discovered that based on the data that we had a lot more engagement, viewerships and so on when we were aligned with the US. So we are starting very much early US timing so that people that go to work can also be there. That is the plan. That is the plan. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. We'll see how things goes, and that's going to be the case for the next 3 months at a minimum, unless something happened. But yeah, that thing that just happened for the chat is an issue. I need to fix that. I need to fix that. That the chat is not supposed to reset itself. That's weird. That is weird. No salary and no work. That's sound like me. That sounds like me. Nothing has changed. I mean, my hair has changed a bit, but not too much. The clothes are the same. And I decided to not have the background light for some reason. I guess probably because of the same reason as the background theme colors stuff. So, yeah. Chris, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. Heads up, the stream is going to crash many times because my Mac hasn't been working on streaming for a long time, so it's probably going to crash 3 times today, if not more. So yeah, brace yourself. Not saying that it will crash right now, but we never know. I can hear the fans through my earbuds, so that means it's probably going to crash. The main reason for the crashing is all of the new overlays. So basically, the chat thing that I have added here is interesting, but it's also like a browser source compared to what it was before that was on OBS in a more optimized way. So that's a bit of a weird thing. And then there is the new greeting overlay that if Chris decides to type a message, you will see in a second, which adds some complexity and some calculations every time that someone comes in. And there are a lot of other things that you haven't seen yet. But yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, what is stressing you out? What's stressing you out? Marmalade. What's the stress about? I'm pretty good. You see that thing? That thing right there? That's the new thing. It's tiny. I need to make it bigger. That's what she said. I need to make that bigger in order to make it make more sense. And the chat is breaking. It's not supposed to reset itself. That's the thing. I don't know why, but that's what happens. It happens. It's fine. It's fine. I am good. I'm waiting a bit for like the 10-minute marks to just start ranting about everything that happened. But the months off has been really, really, really helpful for a lot of things. And yeah. Great. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in for the first minute of the stream with the French accent. God damn. I forgot to remove that. Bad cop, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I am sorry you are coming in with the French accent. This wasn't supposed to happen. But it is what it is. Huh? It is what it is. See, the chat is working kinda tiny. Not really. Just a bit. But yes, Chris, how are you? Bad cop, how are you? How is everything? How are the stuff? Are there stuff? Were there stuff? The baguette is making me speak with the French accent. That is what it is. For 1 minute. Which is really sad because I hate doing it, but it's also kind of fun for some of you, so you know. You have the French accent for a minute, and then once the minute is passed, I go back to my regular speaking capacities that are not French and work, which is good, much better. But yeah, no, we have like a lot of news. We have a lot of things that happened in the month of December because I was not here. As always, as I said, the plan for this was to get stuff done, and not gonna lie, in the first 5 days of not streaming, I did 5 to 6 things out of the 8 that I had planned on working on. And then I added so much more. I could have, I decided not to. I went with Pepsi instead. Yeah, no, so maybe a lot of things have happened, which is pretty impressive for me. But yeah, for the people that are devs, I'm sorry. For the people that are designers, it's time. But in basically December 1st, roughly, I decided to go back to Cannes and work on the design and the thing that needs to happen. Also, that is not going to work if I don't do that. So that is done. The navigation now has the Lego glass things. My post on Twitter and threads have kind of blown up, which is pretty appreciated. A lot of new users. I think we gained 400 users in 2 days with that post, which is pretty cool. So that happened. The perfume app is also extremely good. there has been a lot of changes regarding the design of the app itself, having like more paper textures, more stuff, optimization on the recommendation systems, all of that. But the most impressive thing is on December 22nd, I think, yes, December 22nd, I decided that I needed to do something about an app that is currently dying. And on December 24th, I was in the train to go to my family stuff. And in that time, I built the thing. I mean, AI and myself built the thing, and then I kind of worked on it. And now it's live and having users and can be paid. It took me 2 weeks to get the entire thing working, and that is really impressive from a non-dev point of view, as always. But for the people that don't know what I'm talking about, because that is important as well, this thing right here, Bento, is dying. They have announced that right there on February 13th, we are going to not have anything related to Bento, and that's not going to work. So what they want to do is move everyone to Linktree. And Linktree is a big ass platform with a lot of greedy executives behind it. So I decided to change that and build my own. And instead of being Bento, I have a thing that is now called Ban. So if you go to ban.me/a, you end up on roughly something that is similar. Not exactly identical because legal reason. I need to have a different grid and different layout situation type of things. But you now have access to this. If you are someone that is like in the user base, you have access to the editor where you can like move things around, play with the cards, make sure that they are the size that you want them to be, and so on, which is pretty neat. And I've been working, as I've been saying, on some of the latest card type with new designs, new stuff, new systems in there. All of that is pretty good. It has some issues, obviously, because it's been made in like 2 weeks. But for something that has been made in 2 weeks, it's pretty impressive. So yeah, check it out. You will have like that will pop in chat, I think, multiple times. But yeah, so that happened. And then last night I had another ID, which was an ID that I had a longer time ago, but I kind of concretized the ID last night on my phone thinking and so on. And this morning I started it, and today I have, I mean, not today, but like 6 hours later, I have a prototype on my phone that works. So things are going faster than expected. And that is the kind of thing that we need to talk about in a way. For some of the people that are devs, designers, and so on, you can build stuff. You can just build stuff and it works. And for the people like Bad Cop, for example, that have the technical skills that I don't have, you will have so much more positive output compared to me. So if I can build things in half a day, I don't know how fast you could go if you know what you're doing, because I don't. I don't know if it's because models are getting better. I think it's because two things. That, yes, models are getting better. I am kind of getting better. Just a smidge. Not much. But I'm kind of getting better and in understanding what needs to happen, how the bits and pieces of apps and software needs to work together. And so that helps me in getting way faster into achieving what I'm needing to achieve. Um, but yeah, I think it's more my understanding than the models themselves because they haven't really been updated. The only one that kind of changed was the new Google model, I think. That was really good on launch day, and then as they always do, it's kind of shit now. I mean, it's not shit, but it's kind of bad. Launch day was amazing. It had like no issues. Everything that we threw at it was really good. And now it's breaking. It's not really reacting as it was, and it's making mistakes all the time. So that's no good. No good situation. Um, but yeah, for most of the things like that you are building, Chris, as well, I feel like there is a lot of opportunity for you to just improve upon the thing that you already have and just say, well, we had this, let's make it better. And it could just work. Not instantly, but almost instantly. And again, something that would be done in like a day and a half, maybe, could be really impressive. I know you have good ideas. That's why I'm also like targeting you. You have a lot of ideas for software and platforms and stuff that could be good. So using that is a good thing. But yeah. So that's the thing. I also decided to start having my own lab. So for the people that don't know what that is, it's just a PC or server that is running on your local network and that you can access it from everywhere. So it's basically what Stony is doing, but um, on a smaller scale because Stony has a real server, I think, which is not my case. But I have moved to Linux, yeah, Linux Mint for the home lab so that we have something that is reliable and it's just accessible through my command line, which is something that I'm not comfortable with, but I'm getting by. So, yeah. No. No. It's the same room. It is the same room. It's just a different lighting, different setup, and different camera angle. I decided to have the camera a bit more on this side, compared to before where it was a bit more here. The reason for this is the chat here is supposed to go through the top of the screen, but it reset itself all the time for no reason. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But no new rooms. Same thing, same thing. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. The launching of the home lab with Linux as a building something. Um, it's because the background is gray. I don't have the light right there. Um, I don't have the colored light in the hallway as well, and the only colored light is right here. So yeah, Tickle, hi, welcome in. Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year to everyone if you are celebrating the new year. I just don't see the point, but I get it. Thank you. Yeah, no, there is something also with the light positioning where right about here, my light are mainly on the sides, so my face isn't as lit, whereas here it's a bit different. So there's that, that changes the room feel and mood and so on. Yeah, it's a thing we say. I tend to avoid it, but also it depends on the people. Um, I'm not against saying it. It doesn't change anything in my life. It's to me, it's just like one more rotation. Yay, that's it. Yeah, and so also that thing that I didn't really mention, but the usual letters for who is currently chatting, I figured it out, and now it is running on a server, which means that it can fetch your pictures. I know it took me 4 years to figure out. But I figured it out. I figured it out. It wasn't that complicated. I just needed to be authenticated into Twitch in a way that makes sense. And that took me 4 years to figure out. That's it. That's it. I know that Stony has given me all the tools since day one to figure it out, and I didn't. So yeah, a lot of the new overlays, by the way, are also one of the other product that I have. So most of the overlays, not this one. This one is the old one, but the chat, the chattings, and some of the other things that you haven't seen yet. These things are hosted on my AOA.live domain, so you can access them if you want to. You need to log in with your Twitch account and then just, you know, use them. It's kind of weird. It's a bit broken. I'm really wanting to get something that is similar to Stream Element, where you can have all of the setup is organized on the service, and then you need to just copy paste the URL as a browser source in OBS. But it doesn't work. And then, at some point, it's gonna be fine. But it, for now, it's it's right there. I'm just trying to get like a rough idea of what it could be. It's currently called Overlay 1 because I don't have any clue of how to call this. You have all of your overlays potentials right there. So I have like a ton of them already, as I mentioned. And so you can just have all the things. So right now we are in Thermal. Thermal is right here where you would have like all of your test and stuff available. So, you know, you can see how your message interact with the overlays and such. These are stuff that I do like to see. I have put in place this system where all of the controls are hidden by default, and they just appear when you need them, except these ones, because you will resize your browser source most of the times. And yeah, I I feel like this might be good to have in a dark mode as well. I don't know. I'm debating. Highly debating on this one. Um, but yeah, a lot of things have been built. I would say that's the main point, which makes this tiny text on my camera right now untrue but true, but still not a dev. That is not my job title and will probably never be my job title. But yeah, there is a ton of things that are really cool that I've been working on to make sure that everything just work. And yeah, it's it's useful. It makes things way easier for me. Like I've been wrestling with most of the stream overlays for the past 4 years, 5 years now, um, to get them to work, to take them from Stream Element, combine them with stuff in StreamerBot and Atom and other stuff. And it's always been kind of janky. And now that I'm centralizing everything into one single system, it's a tad better. It is a tad better. So yeah, the usual thing. But yeah, too cool. How was the December, Grizz? Same question. How is everything? Because we haven't seen each other since December. It's been a while. It has been a while. Did something. I don't know if this makes sense, and I don't know if this is gonna be visible at that scale. It's kind of small. But yeah, no. Most of the new stuff in here is the background animation is different. We changed it because the previous one was heavy on the processing power, so it was taking too much of battery and too much of other things. And then these ones, which I don't think you will have the ability to get like the details of it on stream, but these are now with paper textures that are more realistic, so it feels more like a real note-taking journaling interface. And as always, the light mode makes everything too bright for the stream to showcase any difference. So not good. But yeah. You found a 32 gigs text file. As in, a text file with just text file in it? Because that's a lot. That's a big ass file. If I do say so myself. That is a big ass file. uh, yeah, I know that's also one of the goals. Everything is, oh yeah, that worked. Everything is non-aligned because it's a designer stream. So if I put things on the line, people are going to be happy. So, rage baiting and all that. I have no choice. I have no choice. Also, congrats, Chris, on selling plugins and components and stuff. That's pretty cool. $100 is not nothing. So, yeah. Um, that's a lot. Oh, yeah, no, that's just a data leak. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's normal. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. I mean, if you look closely, my camera is off angle. My Mac is off angle as well by a smidge. You know, it's it's just there to help, just a little. Uh, uh, but yeah, I should have that somewhere in the rotation. It's not there, but yeah. Um, did you use them? I'm guessing yes, based on what you just said. Um, you probably have found like some available, accessible things. I think the last time that happens to me and I found one was Netflix, but that was like in 2014, 2016-ish, where I found like a viable account. And so I logged in and then I got logged out very fast. Didn't really change. So yeah, that's an impressive thing. I need to fix that bitch ass printer that that need to print way more. That's not supposed to do that. Um, also, it's not supposed to display the stream element messages, but that's fine. I do think that paying the $120 for Mobbin is pretty useful and pretty good. I know we have an affiliate link in the Discord for Mobbin specifically that will, help, kinda, in a way. It's not really a discount code, but it's an affiliate code. So that's a thing that you can take advantage of. Um, I don't know if it works for a resub. Because if you found, I'm going to say something. If you found credentials for a website and that person is paying for that website and you have access to the content, that means that you basically also have access and the ability to just resub with a discount code. So Cat, hi, welcome in. That is way too small.
CatXoho just resubscribed for 40 months. Also, damn.
That is indeed damn. 40 months is a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I hope the day's good. Have you been recovering? Have you recovered? No. Have you been recovering? Just a smidge. Hasn't been so hard. Yeah, I know. That is also one of the reasons why I'm starting way earlier. As I said that last time, in November before we started the cut, but the reason why I moved from starting at 6 to starting at 5 and then starting at 4 was because I needed to sleep more, and because I wake up so early, I would rather have, you know, more sleep and so on. And now switching back to 1:30, which is not exactly where I want it to be, but still it's fine. It's going to allow me to get like more sleep officially, because I'm not gonna stream for 8 hours, 10 hours a day. That's not a me thing, that's a you thing. Cat specifically. So, no good. But yeah, that's a thing. That makes no sense. I need to fix that. Um, yeah, Grace, that also is the thing that happens most of the time. Um, which is kind of sad. It's fine, but it's kind of sad. I would rather not use it for stuff like banking and crypto, and I mean crypto I don't care. Um, the the only reason why crypto I don't really care is because it's like untraceable-ish. Like you can use some of the things that you found to go into a mixer and then um, get the money through other means so that no one knows exactly where that thing is going. But banking is traceable, always. Will probably always be, and will probably not be a good time afterward. So, And yeah, if like a mobbing account might, I mean, it still is harmful, but if it's one, eh. As we've been saying for the past 3 months, piracy is coming back, so obviously that makes sense. A lot of people are getting back to piracy because it makes a lot more sense. It's easier to get, and yeah, um, I get it. I get it. And Cat, I might still end stream when you start. So, kinda. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I might end earlier than 7. You're kind of right. I mean, the aim, it's 6:30-ish, 7-ish. So, yeah. Again, the goal for the rescheduling and the new schedule is making sure that I'm kind of aligned with more countries, as in very late Japan time, very early US time, middle of the day Europe, so that we have more potentials for more viewers. Um, because as I said, no job still. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. So taking advantage of the viewership and the alignment of schedules and time zone is pretty something that I should have done 4 years ago, but I didn't. So, it happens at some point. It happens at some point. But yeah, it's where we are right now. Yeah, I mean, no one's had. I mean, everyone that is here don't have a job. I'm sorry, like, no job. But again, going back to what I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been working on the stream overlay thing that is going to be a product that is accessible for everyone. I have Band that is now accessible to everyone, kinda. Can and Perfume. All of these are bringing me some money, not much, but some. So, it's a bit of a job. It's a bit of a job. And the Mom UI kit also brings me stuff, even though I don't check it out. I shook it out. I checked it in November, and there was $300 sittings right there that I didn't know about. You know, uh, it's welcome. It's kind of sad because these $300 just disappeared instantly in bills and taxes and government stuff. But yeah, um, yeah. The thing that we are seeing right now is specifically for designers and that, or creatives in general, is that companies are looking for like branding people, creative people, basically the people that understand how human works and how to apply their knowledge to an AI trained workflow. So people like me that are building products through AI are going to be needed at some point. But because of the amount of experience that I have, I'm gonna be on either the extremely big company that can pay as much as they want, or in the executive direction type of roles, which is not exactly what I like to be or where I like to be. So, it happens. But yeah, people are looking for taste and creative brains. So that's a good thing for us, most of us. If you have the ability to just explain things creatively, find workaround in an app or another product, it's going to be pretty useful. But yeah, I think the AI taking your job situation is not necessarily going to happen unless you just don't do anything to make your skills better with time. In that case, yes, but that would have been the case with anything. So I don't know. To be checked. I mean, it will take some time. That is for sure. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome back.
Jan Lunge just resubscribed for 22 months.
Goddamn. 22. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. You have a words job? Yeah. I mean, you have an analytical jobs kind of thing, like data visualization, uh, big data, and other things. The automation is easier in terms of AI implementation, but also like computer implementation. A lot of people that were doing the things before Excel existed got out of a job because they didn't want to, you know, use Excel. And so they lost their job. That's about it. Uh, so, yeah. Yeah. I don't think communication and marketings are going to be taken over by AI, to be honest. Um, the main reason for that is in the current bubble that we have, the models and the creations that they have are, you can tell. Like, yeah, it's a yet, but it's also like a very, I have a hard time like seeing, envisaging. No, that's very French. Seeing their models get better at phrasing stuff differently than what they have been doing for the past 5 years. So, you know how delved is a tale of AI? Like, I delved into that sounds like AI and stuff. There are some big words that they are using automatically for specific type of writings, and you can kind of tell. And obviously, when you are someone that realize these patterns, you can use your AI assistants and whatever to say, don't use that word, don't use M dashes, don't use that, use like a slang terms here and there, make typos. Uh, and that helps. But overall, for a company to solely replace like the marketing department, the comms departments with an AI model, it's gonna tank the perceived views from the public on are these like is this a company that I want to support or not based on the quality of their marketing and or comms. So that to me is something that is important. We saw the latest ads from whoever car's brand it was. I don't know if it was Porsche or it was something else, but it was a hand animated, hand drawn, um, motion graphics, and yeah. Yeah, I don't use M dashes mainly because I don't like them. However, if I type Japanese, the character for one is roughly an M dash. You can't really, I mean, you can see the difference, but uh, in, in yeah, that it's not, but it kind of is, but it's not. But um, it's there. So yeah, it's kind of fun to see as well because I'm also checking like AI generated text in Japanese to make sure that I can potentially read it at times. I can't. And they use M dashes inside of these Japanese texts, so you end up with stuff that are like weird because you read it as ichi, as uh, the character for one, and that makes no sense. It makes no sense. So, yeah. It's pretty, I mean, it's pretty fun to read your sentence on your LinkedIn post and then you like, oh yeah, itchy something, and you're like, what? No. So, yeah, I don't use M dashes. I do use some of the traditional AI words, but also, yeah, congrats. And took you long enough, but congrats. That's good news. That is good news. That is not. Did I do that? Sorry, 1 second. I feel like, yeah, I do. I did do that. God damn. Ah, yeah. I mean, ah, I get it from your point of view, but from my point of view, I don't. Uh, like, I'm gonna say something that sounds really wrong and not common, but it kind of is. As a designer that works for visual stuff, I don't care how my stuff look. So my cable management is shit, you know that. The fact that the mic is not the right color, is it working fine? That's all I care about. So from your point of view, I would have said they have sent me a black one instead of the white one. Is it the same thing anyway? Is it still working? Yes. Is it in the frame? No. Unless in some very specific situations, in which case it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, um, eh, it happens. Also, Grizz, congrats on Elden Ring first boss. I don't think I've played any of the Souls game, which are the same thing as the Elden Ring for me. But yeah, I do, but I don't play games. We know that. So it is in frame for you, yes. It's in frame at times, more in frames when you pick it up. But yeah, usually it's like on the side in frames, kind of. So if it's black thing, I get it. I get it. I get it. Yeah. I did the same thing. In the beginning of the streams, I had one of the worst condenser mic that we had bought for my job. And it just worked and was good enough. And then Elgato pimp out this one, and I said, you know what? Let me buy that. And it was good. That was good enough. I don't have the skills for most games. It's not like it's not a Souls games or not. It's just games in general. I'm not good at it. I haven't been growing up with games, as I think I said that before, but like my dad was anti-gaming at home or anywhere for that matters. So no consoles, no PC, no real thing that could really game. That's why I'm on Mac OS and was on Mac OS since the beginning. We had some games on the computers that were educational games, like Addy and Adiboo and other Lemmings stuff that are supposed to make you understand stuff. And not really gaming as gaming. So no Game Boys, no PlayStation. When my parents broke up, separated, the first thing I did was buy a PS3 for my mom's place. Like that was it, because my girlfriend at the time was playing COD all the time, and we wanted to play together when I wasn't with her, and so I just did that. I think you're gonna miss the target right there. I see you're gonna miss the target, like right there. I should make it not straight as well to sit on the Mac, a bit different, but I don't think I can do that. But yeah, I don't know if it's rigged. Let's see if it's as rigged as last time. It might be. God damn. God damn. Good. Landing in the chat. I didn't know that. I need to put it behind. But yeah, no, I never had like a console or real games until I think we have a meeting in the left corner. That's what it is. There's something happening there. No question. Let's see if a third person is gonna meet us there. Maybe. Probably not, because you're starting from the other side. Also, that overlay is lagging very strongly. Yeah, no, kind of, yeah, yeah, yeah. Kind of meeting. You are joining us, but like slowly, but you are joining us. So yeah, no, I started playing games when I got my PS3 that I then basically left for the PS4, and I was playing Overwatch most of the times, and then I stopped playing. So yeah, I am not good at games. That is one of the reasons why I'm not playing games on Twitch, because I'm bad at it. And I don't like it. I don't like being bad at stuff. That makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of humans don't like to be bad at stuff. I understand. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get good at it if you practice and if you enjoy the practice. Um, that's the thing. Like, I wasn't good at design in the beginning, of course. But I practiced, and the practice was interesting enough for me to keep going. Whereas when I'm playing games, the practice of playing game or the game in question isn't as interesting for me to keep going. So, yeah, it happens. It's fine. I don't know what happened. I just know that you're bringing it up repeatedly. So I trust you on the game, the play in question, but I don't know what happened. I think this needs to be fixed, but also, yeah. Anyways, so much things. So that's the situation right now. I have 5 products in the work at that instant. Um, in which case, it's going to take me a lot of time. It's going to like be time consuming, and I don't know if I want to do that on stream. That's a question that I have for most of you. If you're interested in looking at me talking with AI through code and building stuff on Xcode and other platforms, if that's interesting to you, maybe I can do that, but I don't know. It feels kind of weird to me, but we'll see. So maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know how League is played. So yeah, um, it's it's just out of the question. That's that's what it is. That's what it is. I don't know. What do you think you can extract out of it, Chris? I know you left a comment on YouTube about it, and uh, maybe, but I don't really see what I can do. That's the thing. That's the reason why I'm kind of resistant in going there, because I don't really know what could happen, how it could happen, because when I have the idea of adding something to an existing product or some whatever, it's going to take me a good 10 minutes to figure out how I can explain it. And then, yeah, like that's the thing.
Atakambakix
Hi.
is just resubscribed for 30 months. 30
God damn.
months. Time is reckless.
It is. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the 30 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I hope you're good. I hope everything is fine. As always, I hope your December was good. And the new year is fine as well. The usual. The usual. You see, so for example, here right now, we have this overlay that is too small for what it is. It's supposed to be much bigger for displaying the content right there. So I have two options. I can double the browser source in OBS and then just zoom it up. So it will be pixelated, but zoomed in. Or I can go inside of the code and change the thing. But other than that, um, I don't know. Um, it is. It is the year of the horse. Or technically, I think it is the year of the fire horse, right? The Ferrari year. So we are expecting potentially Ferrari to be good in F. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Not that I'm following the things, but my feed is filled with it, so I'm following. I guess. Tyndall, hi. We're coming in. I know I used to ride horses when I was a kid, so I don't really have fear of horses. They're fine to me. But they are double my size, even now, yes. Specifically now. I haven't been next to a moose. No, we don't have moose. Meese? Moose around here. That is not a thing. So yeah. Um they are much bigger, yes. I am on the most fucked cursor plan ever, Chris, which is the best thing ever for me. No questions. I am on their pro plan turned business turned lifetime. I mean, not lifetime, but like yearly. And they forgot about me. Not lifetime, not lifetime. Yearly. Different things. And the thing that is happening is it's not that they forgot about me, that they basically forgot about me, where my inference and my usage is reaching its limit most of the times, like at 500 requests, and I'm not capped. Like I can still build pretty much freely, and I don't know why. I have no clue. I met with the team at Cursor, like I not at their company, but like I have been in contact with some of the people that are working at Cursor, and we've chatted and so on. So maybe they have done something in the back end. I don't know. But yeah, I, I don't know. This makes no sense to me. It's just I know it will bite me in the back, in the ass, hit me in the back, bite me in the ass at some point. Um, and yeah. And the thing that was really impressive, I don't know if we have that here. I doubt it. It's probably going to be somewhere around here, which is going to crash the stream as always, as one does. Um, Also, that's a different thing. Yeah. I wouldn't be in the free plan if I had 4 billion tokens. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it works, but I can just build. And yeah, it's the same thing, Thindle. I mean, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing, but it's if you are in VS Code and you're using Copilot through Office 365, it's basically the same concept ID thing. And yeah, it works. You know, nothing to complain about. So yeah, what I'm thinking, Chris, specifically, let me go back here. Um, the the only thing that I'm thinking is I have paid at the time where they have basically in the beginning they had an option to go for 500 requests for $20 a month. That was their deal. And I decided to pay for 20 more, like $20 more. So I paid $40 a month for 1,000 requests. And I did that for a bit. And I thought at some times that I could just switch to business because business in the beginning was 1,000 requests and they marketed it for 37. So I said, let me just upgrade to business. So I'm paying 37 and I have 1,000 requests. And what happened was um, business is 500 requests as well. So that switched. And so I lost 500 fast requests and I'm still capped in situations, but for most of the models, I can still just use them freely and I don't have to go with the usage base. But because I went business for a full year, I'm expecting that when the thing is going to renew, they are probably going to push me out of the thing that I'm currently doing. And then I will cry because I won't be able to build anything. Um, but that's a probable thing. I don't know. I don't know. Um, Chris, where you at? You said something and I read it. Um, you said it's more interesting on how you think about the ID, how you plan and you describe it to the AI, and how you plan to translate the ID into real product. Are you doing when the AI is not doing what you want? That is a good question. Um, what are you seeing on Contra? The random design help? Eh, eh, you know, eh. It's a thing. It's fine. Yeah, it's the hourly. We talked about it. Hourly is really high because I don't want to do hours of my time. I want to do days, months of my time to think about it, to take the time it needs in order to achieve the thing that you want. But yeah. Um, so yeah. Yeah, but consulting is like 4 hours minimum. So I will have the time to expand on concept and think about whatever you need to have and so on. So it's the plan. It is the plan. But yeah, no, that's the real thing. Um, Chris, I'm trying to reframe what you're saying. I don't know exactly how the things work in my head to make it work. I don't know how I go from ID to description to task to reframing when things don't go in the direction that I wanted them to go. Because, for example, right this instant, we need to change the way that the chat is behaving. The chat overlay, the term overlay is like, for some reason, it is not keeping messages. It's supposed to be keeping messages at the bottom until like they go behind my camera right here. And so here, for example, the thing that is going to happen for me is in the thermal chat, we need the messages to not disappear. And then can you help with that? And that's it. And then I'm gonna expect it to do its things, and then if what it does works for me, seems to make sense, if the code seems right, I'm pushing it. If that's not the case, then I don't know. I'm just retrying it. Like usually what happens is specifically with Gemini 3, because it's kind of broken right now, and it's thinking for way too long in order to figure out what needs to happen, and then it breaks. It's just, oh, there is a max message of 20. Ah, goddamn. That's the reason. That's my bad. Um, it's, you know, like the thing that would happen for me is I would simply stop the thinking and then go back to my message and send it again and hope for the second run to just go through. So yeah, like for example, this bitch is trying to make MD5 markdowns all the time because that's basically what it is. And these ones I'm always just disabling them. So yeah, that's a thing. Don't give it the task to solve it. Give it the task to figure out why they don't stay. And then just create a plan to change that. So for example, for this one, for the thermal, you would have said, we need this to have like the messages to go through, but for some reason they are going out and disappearing. Why is that? And then it's just going to figure out why they are disappearing and then fix that. It's interesting. I don't know if that's, I mean, I'm not saying no. Again, I don't know. That's the truth. So yeah, Chris, that's the thing. Like specifically for this use case right here, the system is very simple for me. It's just I have a very specific issue that needs to be fixed, and it doesn't have like 95 solutions. It's just, yeah, that's it. That's what it is. So that's easy. But then I'm still, most of the time, even though I'm like not all the time, but I'm most of the time going back to what has changed and making sure that things that have been changed make sense. Like changing the fucking comment above. Really? Really? Fine. But having like the new thing with the config and so on underneath, which is basically the same code with an if inside for the 0, like if the message timeout is 0, you don't disappear them, which makes sense. Or above 0, technically. Yeah, that makes sense, and therefore all of that is fine by me. I can just keep that and just send it. and hope for the best. But yeah, I don't know. Other than that, for your specific question of what to do when um let's do that. What to do when cursor and other models are not doing exactly what you're asking them to do. I usually do multiple things. First of all, going back to what I was saying, because I don't have to pay for usage-based price, like I'm not in usage-based pricing right now. Um, it doesn't make any sense for me to care about the amount of messages that I'm sending. So I have that luxury of being able to just say, fuck it, just spam stuff. But if you don't have that luxury, which is most of the people's, but nonetheless, what I usually do is I go into ChatGPT slash Claude slash whatever AI I'm going to use inside of Cursor on a standalone free plan, and then talk to it there, and then come back to Cursor later to have the whole thing set up properly. Let me just do that for a split second. Shit, that's wrong. That's not what I need to do. Ah, that's what I need to do. uh, do I need to change that browser URL? Well, I don't know. We'll see. If you chat, we'll see if that appears and stays. But yeah, so what I'm usually doing is inside of Cursor directly, I am chatting to figure out why it's not working. So I might go through 3, 4, 5 rounds of questioning after I figured out that it went the wrong way. And then once I have a good understanding of everything, I go back to where it fucked up and say, you did this, you tried this, it broke right there, and we want something to be different. We need to avoid using this methods because that doesn't work. We want to use this package instead of this one because we tried this one and it breaks. And that system of me just going through iteratively helped me to make sure that things are better in the long run. But that's about it. Like that's the only way or only thing that I have found that basically really help get an output that is much better. Um, but yeah, that's the only thing. Other than that, not much. Um, Apparently, it's working. The chat is not disappearing. It was on a 30-second thing, and now it's not. Or maybe it will. I don't know. I don't know. That's also a thing that I took from Stoney, kinda, not really, not from him, but like he said that many times, and I listened for once. The overlay repo is linked to a GitHub action that is basically publishing the content to my domain directly automatically, and I didn't know that this was a thing that could be done. So now if I save and I push to Git, it just publish. So I don't need to think about it. It's just going to work. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I would say, yeah, and yes and no for you thing. Asking it to figure out why something is broken and then figure out the plan. I again, I don't care because I don't have to pay for messages. So that's a very limited, luxurious situation where I can afford that. It's fine. But it's also like way easier to just know what needs to happen. But also, you said that you rewrote your entire code base again for the 16th time. So I get it. I get it. I think for the people that are using Cursor and have access to some of the latest models, the Gemini 3 Pro Flash or Gemini Pro 3 Flash, I don't know, the Flash one, um, is an impressive model and was an impressive model on launch. It's a bit dumber now than it was. There is like a bit of a curve. So if you try the new models when they come out, you have a better output most of the times. And then the next week after launch, it's kind of shit, or it's shittier than on launch. But yeah, it's like it has refactored my entire app in one prompt on one task, and it still worked after that, which is pretty impressive. Usually it's just like, yeah, it did everything and then it just broke, you know. So it happens. So you did GitHub pages? Hmm. That seems like indeed very over engineered. Uh, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know what? I can't blame you. The reason why I decided to build my home lab running Mint, and that is basically in my attic, um, plugged directly into my router with no other activities, and I can just access it to Tailscale on my Mac, is because in the beginning I was like, you know what, maybe I can have the automations and my own AI assistant model things running on the local stuff on my machine, because I have a mini PC that I can use with like a very shitty ass model that just, can run stuff and just answer my regular questions of put some music on, what is the weather outside, and so on. And then it turned out into maybe I can host the database of my app right there, because it's not a database that the user have access to. It's a database that the user ping to get the new data. So maybe it's just a catalog of content, and new user would just ping the database, and then they receive the content. That's done. And that isn't, even with like 10,000 users pinging on a daily basis, it's not like that much, and a mini PC could handle that. And if it's not responding, it still works because like the app is on device. And then I started to build the overlay things, and as you probably have seen, the Fox and the other things on streams are now stickers that like are pretty cool. But these data, these images are not necessarily like on server. So I could and should have that in a server, and my home lab could, you know. Um, so yeah. Please interrupt. That's how ADHD works. Just ask your question if you're listening in the background. I mean that's the best time to ask. Also, this thing is working, so now the messages are staying in place, which is good. God damn, that took a while. Um, that is taking a while, but yeah, no, I should, like, right now the ban, for example, is uh I would say the most over-engineered that thing um, system that I have ever built on my own. It's so first of all, I bought the domain through Cloudflare, which was a first for me, because I decided to have the hosting and the workers on Cloudflare directly, which is not necessarily the best, but it's also not the worst either. It's not the cheapest, but it's also like one of the reliable sources of things. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. And so I have that, and then I plugged Convex for the database because it made sense to me for something that is kind of live. You need your tiles and your profiles to be live. So that made sense. And then because I didn't want to like take care of authentication, and instead of doing what Stony has done with Keycloak, um, I went with Clerk. And Clerk is good. It's good looking. It works. It does its job, and so on. But it's also expensive, but not in the beginning. It's like kind of free for the first 10,000 users or 1,000 users. I forgot, but like it's kind of free for a long time. And then when you start paying, you need to pay a lot, a lot more than expected. So we'll see when that happens. But yeah, like that's the thing. And then what on my end, what happens is when I push to Git, there is an action that's sent to Cloudflare, and there is a worker on Cloudflare that's building. So it's building on Git and then building on Cloudflare as well, and then deploying and publishing and all the things automatically because Cloudflare does that. But for something that, again, still not a dev, that is not me, and I don't know how I figured it out. Not gonna lie, I don't. I wasn't expecting me to figure out the thing, but I did, and it's working. So I guess that's a thing. I guess that's a thing. So yeah, I mean, right now the thing that I'm currently building is that I'm not disclosing much, but I have um on my TikTok feed, I have an account that is a Japanese learning app that just pissed me off because it is shit. It's extremely expensive and it just is bad for you as a Japanese learner. And so I'm building the competitor with fair pricing. And my fair pricing is going to be the same thing that Ban is. Ban is made to be fair priced. It's very expensive in the beginning. It's the current pricing model that we talked about multiple times. But the competitors I'm talking about have a plan that is um like $15 a month. And what I want to have is a $30 a year situation because that's basically ad cost. And that would make sense. So yeah. Signals that I have usually like interrupting friends while they are talking couldn't build some focus blocks. 2025 was really fucked up. Um, I see. I don't know well Butchwin. I don't know what it is. Um, but Cat apparently knows. So I'm trusting Cat. Uh, it's so the thing with ADHD medication, and that's a very touchy subject for a lot of people, um, is like the medication will respond, or you will respond to the medication differently than other people. So this one, Wellbutrin, might be good for what you're trying to do or what the doctors decided that you had or should do to attempt. Um, and you might react positively or negatively to it if you're taking it and it doesn't seem to have good effects, then that's fine. The usual thing is there is a period of a week, roughly, where your body is kind of adapting to the medication. Um, and so, like, that might be, you might be in the very, very beginning where your body is just receiving a new molecule that it doesn't really know what to do with just yet, but kind of it does because it's your fucking body. Um, and so at the end of the first week, it will have developed like the real pathways and it will work. In some other medications for ADHD, for example, there are things that just you take them 30 minutes later, you have the focus situation thing. So, yeah, like take that into consideration, the fact that your body needs to get accustomed to the medicines. And then, as the doctor said, like just finish the pills and then see them again is a pretty good recommendation overall, so that you make sure that you have taken through everything. Like again, this thing for my heart rate, which what time is it? No, not yet. Um, I need to take that every day. And when I saw her, she said it's one pill per day unless your heart rate remains above 12, in which case you can take two a day, like one in the morning, one at night. And what we discovered is that one a day was dropping my heart rate to 10, which is way lower than expected. So now I'm taking half of it. So, um, eh, you know, it's a thing. um, and Tyndall, that is a good thing to do. Yeah. And I think that makes sense as well. Like being on a roller coaster of emotional focus, not focus, creativity, non-creativity, that's a thing that we have. So, um, you know, um, Maury, hi, welcome in. That is a wrong color right there. God damn. Ah, fuck me. Um, but yeah, if you are currently attacking, if you are currently in um a time in your life where your anxiety, concentration, focus, clarity in creativity, and so on is kind of low, or anxiety is high, depending on how you want it to be, um, maybe it's time to take a bit of a step back and relax, which is exactly what I did in December, right? Nothing to do for December, and then I decided to work all December. Goddamn. Um, and that was fine. But it was like working on stuff for myself, and that was pretty good. If, like, if the medicine is working, but you don't see it working, like you don't feel any differences in the beginning, but with time it takes effect, and you just don't think about it, and it's just like it's there, but it does the job. That's a good thing. If you take it and it does nothing at all, and you don't feel any difference, and you don't like see any improvement, when you go back to see the doctors, you will have like a bit of a checkups of, well, this didn't do shit. Let's change it. Um, and you know, Like that's the thing. Yeah, I do remember you moving to Latvia, um, which is pretty impressive, to be honest. Uh, but yeah, and Maori, the what's good, everything is good. I have built so many things in the December when I was off streams. I have two new products that are on the stores. I have a third one that is in the works, and I have one that is for streamers that is not good yet. I'm testing it on stream right now. Dead bitch. But also other like stream element. Mizzy, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? So yeah, it's a thing. Other than that, not much. Not much. Not yet much. Um, and drinking is bad. Yes. Yeah. And how did you solve the roller coaster? You kind of don't. You live with it. No, it depends. It depends on the people and it depends on what you like to do. A lot of people like basically say that the gym helps a ton. So that's good. Um, there is things, and I don't recommend it, but there is a lot of people that says that smoking is good. Don't do it. The thing that is good in smoking is the nicotine. Get yourself some nicotine patches and try it out because that's good. That's fine. Nicotine is really good for your brain. If you have done the research, nicotine in cigarettes is really bad because of all of the other things that are around it. But it's the reason why people are smoking. It is the nicotine inside of the cigarettes. So if you just get patches or gums or things, you could have the same effects without the negative part of smoking, which is really cool. Which is really cool. We like it. So, so yeah, yeah, that's the thing. And Mixie, Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year to you too. I am so slow on chat. Um, I did. It's complicated today. It's the coming back situations. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. So I would highly recommend you to follow through with like what your doctors are recommending you to do. So the medicine that they are giving you, do that. Um, if you want to do the checkup a bit earlier, do the checkup a bit earlier. Like if you feel like there is something that doesn't work with the medicine that you have, do not hesitate. And also, I'm saying that as a French in France where my doctor's appointments are free, and I don't know how it is for you, but if that's the case, just do it. If you have healthcare and it's covered and you don't need to pay for it, um, don't think of it as I don't want to bother the doctors. Just go. Just fucking go. Just go ask, like again, I'm gonna take that example because it's a good example. I noticed because I'm taking my tension on, I mean, at the beginning, I was taking my tension on a daily basis, and I noticed that my tension was at 10.6, 10.7, which is kind of low. We are kind of expecting tension to be around 11.8 to 12.8. Like, roughly, that is the range that you want for resting heart rate. So these were making it way too low. So I just texted my cardiologist and I said, I'm at 10.3. I can't lie, but I still am at 10.3 in the morning, which is not pretty good. Do you think we could just take half? And she just replied, take half. And that's it. And since then, I'm taking half and I'm fine with it. And so, you know, um, it's a good thing. So you could check in Latvia in advance to make sure that it's just, it just works and you have something that is covered. And if that's not the case, if it's not covered for the time that you would be in Latvia, make sure, God dang, that was so close. Make sure to have some refills. Like take your refills before and then go there with it. Like make sure that it is in a bag that is with the prescription. Make sure that there is a note from the doctors that explain what it is, what it does, why you need it, and so on. But you know, do that. It's it. I know that it's daunting, and you don't want to go to the doctors, and you don't want to, um, you know, do things. But yeah, and if the university is offering support, that's even better. That is even better. Um, yeah, Thindle, that's the thing that I know. I've seen that before. I have seen that before. Don't do it. Don't do it. There are people that have it way worse than you, and they are not you. You have it as worse as yourself. That's all you need to know. And if it's worse, like if it's bad, just do something about it. If you can. If you can't. But yeah. Um like it's just if it's available and it's free and you can get it, don't like avoid it because someone else can take the place and so on. Like go fix your teeth. For example, go to the dentist at least twice a year, preferably every 3 months, but whenever. Have a therapist. Therapist, yeah. You know, eh, it's fine. Um, until February. That is neat. That is neat. I should have sent them a message so that they can bring back stuff. In 4 weeks is fine, but yeah, I get it. So yeah, do the things. Like again, I'm gonna repeat myself because it is important for everyone to understand, not just you, but like everyone. If you have mental health questioning, issues, reflections that need answers, find a doctor that will see you and listen to you and do the thing that isn't good for you. And if that doctor that you found doesn't feel right, doesn't give you anything that is good from your point of view, take another one. Find a second option if you can. And again, if it's free where you are, good job. You win. That's a good thing. If it's not, I understand. Take the first one. But, you know, um, it's uh, it's important. It's important. And follow what the doctors are prescribing as well. That is something that is necessary to do. Like if they are telling you, oh yeah, there is this medicine that you need to take for X amount of time, do it for X amount of time. Again, the same thing that is on my desk right now, it's for 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, I will go back. She will check. If it's fine, it's fine. If it's not fine, it's not fine. But whatever. Like I noticed that there are days where I'm at 12 something and it's fine. And there are times of day where I'm like 14.9, which is kind of high, but it makes no sense because I'm seated all day. So some issues. And then at sometimes I just feel like I'm gonna die because I don't have enough energy, and I just check and I'm at like 10.7, which is really low. So my blood pressure is really low, and I'm like, okay, cool. I need to do something about it. I just do 10 squats and I'm back up. So like that's a thing. Um, Nonetheless, I know that because I asked the doctors, which is important. Um, I see. you are one of the people that have the uh, like non-introverted, extroverted thing. So if you are someone that is more in your element in a group of people, find a hobby. Um, find a group of people that you can join to do things. Like if you have, I know it's going to sound corny and bad for some people, it depends, but like if there is a book club in the city that you will be in Latvia, maybe that could be something that you join. If there is, like, you're going to be in university, so you will be surrounded with other students, technically, and therefore you will have less loneliness happening. But for the time where you're not in uni, if you can find something that is more related to your interests and available to just make human connections because you are someone that needs human connections, do that. Find a club. Um, the sports club is really my hell, but yeah, if that's not your hell and you like it, do that. Go find a sports club. Do some sports. Be in a team and feel better. Um, as long ah, as long as you don't uh like discharge at home, as in you're with the club, everything is fine, and the instant you're not with someone, you become depressed because you are dependent on the group. That is really bad. Because that is the time where really bad thing will happen the instant you are alone. So make sure to have a therapist as well to take care of that if that happens. No, overall, um, yeah, it's just find a hobby. Find a hobby. A hobby is pretty nice. A hobby is pretty nice. It will work. Tinijita, hi, welcome in. Happy New Year to you too. How are you? How was your December? How's everything? Um, yeah, not too much though. You know, like 20 minutes. Not for you. I know for you it's like 16 days, but yeah. Um, yeah, new everything. I mean, it's 2026. I needed to change stuff. So we have new things, you know. Just why not? I know why not, but yeah. That is bad. I just noticed that my camera is going behind and in front. That's not a good thing. I need to change that. All right. Um, yeah. Like this is also something that is really, and I kind of can relate, not really because I don't have the need for people around me to be okay. Um, but in Japan, you don't make friends. That's it. You don't make friends because Japan, when I was there and how I lived there, if you lived as a Japanese, you like basically are doing things for yourself, by yourself, to yourself, in your own home, and that's it. And the only time that you have like a social interactions is going to be when you have something like work. I know. And when you go drink after work, because nomikai is one of the things that they do, where you have a drink after work and everyone is welcome and so on, and the boss is paying, and it's fine. Um, but if you want friends in Japan, you find a hobby. You take on kendo, you take on um, archery or like calligraphy or something, and you go into a group of people that are interested in a very specific topic that is extremely aligned, and everyone in that group really love that thing, and they have something in common, and therefore they can relate, and they become friends. But that's it. That is it. So for the Japanese people that have a lot of depressions, a lot of other things, a lot of autism in the country and the population as well, it is like a bit of a model that you can follow as someone that is in a country or in currently in a home that is not necessarily um, welcoming to yourself. So yeah. Um, so you have a wrong ID. Your Thindor, your thinking is kind of wrong. You don't wake up at 5. Usually they are like the goal is arrive at work as early as you can, but usually there is the boss that is like right after you or right before you. It depends, but like you're not too far off. And then you take off of work at 6, 6, 7, or 7, and sorry, and then you go to drink, and that's about it. It depends on the company. As always, there is a lot of what we call black company. Um, but yeah, I knew that would happen. Clear off, I will come in. Uh, I don't know. It needs to happen. Um, so you don't necessarily leave work at 23, but uh, you leave work after the managers. That's usually what happens. So yeah. Um, wasn't this the thing that you shared earlier? Yeah, it is. It is. It's the one that you. I remember that. I remember that. Um, you shared these. They're really cool. That pink is really impressive. I'm not gonna lie. It's very, very cool. Carl, we like it. We like it. It's really good. It's good looking. Look at that. Izumi. Um, uh, going back to the, I don't believe waking up at 5 a.m. helps. It depends on who you are and what you do. Again, I wake up at around 5:59, so 6. But usually I wake up just before my alarm, and my alarm is at 6, and it's just like natural wake up at 5 something. And then I go to the gym at 6 because there is no one there, which is really impressive for beginning of the year. My gym is empty, like it's emptier now than it was before the end of the year, and usually it's the opposite, so that's really impressive. And I just go in the morning because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, it just it depends on you. It depends on you. And if if you're not someone that likes to wake up early, don't wake up early. Be like Cat, wake up at 12. Start your day at 7 in the afternoon. Um, you know, but yeah. Um, and no, Thindor, it's not like a black company if you have a manager that is like working shift. That doesn't happen. You have like one manager usually. Most Japanese company, and also that is something that People will disagree on the internet. Most Japanese companies are really fine, and there is not like a lot of um, or not so much. Not all companies are overworking their employees. Specifically, in the newest generation of companies in Japan, they are fine. My ex, for example, was going to work at 9:30 ish, 10 ish, um, and then leaving at 4:30, which is like not unheard of in Japan, but it's like not a common thing. And it is, or one of, yeah, it is one of the biggest um, kind of fashion manufacturing company. And so it's like one of the old companies. So they have old ways, but they are still working in the new ways of having workers not be there all the time. So that's a thing. Um, but yeah, um, it's a thing. It's fine. It's fine. To me, it depends. Like, my rhythm is whatever I want it to be. That's the thing. I just need to have an alarm at the time I need to wake up for a week or two, and then I'm set. Like my internal clock is just resetting really, really easily, and I can just switch. So at times when I need to sleep more in the morning because I need like longer sleep time, I'm just gonna move my gym time from 6 to 7 again, 7 to 6, uh, and that's gonna be fine. And it's it's okay. Like if I know that I need to be in bed by 10 to be like asleep at midnight for sure, then I'm gonna do that, which is one of the reasons why the streams are now earlier than before, because it makes a lot more sense for me to just be here earlier, be here for the same amount of time, and then have enough time to sleep and do the things. I like to work at night. Like that's the same thing. I do like it, but I'm also conscious of neighbors. If I was in my own home, like Stony, for example, I would probably have a similar rhythm as him, which is like mostly night stuff. I wouldn't really care about the time of day, specifically if I was like in my own home in Japan, because everything is open at all times if I stay in Tokyo, and therefore I can just go about my day at 4 in the morning and it's fine. Like my gym was open 24/7 in Japan, fine. So it's it's a thing. It's a thing. Um, Kenna, hi, welcome in. Um, and again, I'm looking at your message about the 11 a.m. meeting. Have you thought about waking up at 10? I know, crazy. But have you thought about it? Because if you can't do anything for the first 3 hours because you know you have the meeting at 11, why not just wake up before the meeting at like 10-ish so that you have an hour to prepare and then you have just the meeting at 11 and then you're done? Like if that is an option, if you can do that, please do that. Attempt it. Just mold your schedule around your needs rather than the other way around. Um, because sometimes it's just necessary. And yeah, thank you for the 25 stream streak. That's crazy. Um, The thing that I used to do, like I love to be in the gym when there is no one in the gym. So my gym open at 6, I'm in there at 6:10. Like that's the goal. Sometimes I slip in because just need to, but usually I'm in there at 6:15 roughly. So I love to be early in there, but I'm doing gym day, rest day, gym day, rest day. So it's just on the rest day, I'm still waking up at like 5 something because my body just knows that the next day I'm gonna need to do the same thing. So what used to happen is because I'm waking up so early, I used to go to work when we had an office at 7-ish. And so because I was there at 7, doing my job calmly with no one in the office, I then left way earlier than everyone else because I was just arriving so much early. If right now you can shift your schedule, instead of waking up at 8, you wake up at 10, so that you have 1 hour to prepare, and then you have your meeting, and then you have your day. That just means that these 2 hours ish, 3 hours of non working in the morning, you shift that for the evening if that's an option. So maybe you would be the most hardworking person in the company because you are staying late, but in reality you just arrive late. So you stay late, but you stay the same amount of hours in total. Um, eh, you know, it's eh, it's an option. It's an option. That's what I would say. Um, Let me go there. I saw that. Can you give me some context about this one? Is it just like photography, or is it um other things?
Props_TV raided my stream with 23 viewers.
Why? Why? Props, welcome on in. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the raid. As always, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. We are currently chatting about ADHD, loneliness, medicines, other things. So yeah, that's the thing. Draconia, welcome on in. Um, And yes, this is a new stream design. We have changed everything for the 2026. Stuff are broken as expected. But yeah, Maddie, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. I think your face needs to be a bit on the side. I need to change that. And then the music in the background that you didn't hear, or you probably heard it, but not really, needs to fluctuate, kind of. I'll see. I change stuff. Also, that I don't know if that works. It does work. God damn. God damn. I am not. I am not. I am French. I know it's worse. I know. I shouldn't. Oh my god. Uh, you are just redeeming stuff. And now we are redeeming stuff with the French accent. God damn it. It is a documentary about village school. We try to show joy of the children and show how poor the school is, which is kind of sad. I am sorry about that. That I'm reading with the French accent. It is the baguette. I have been summoned by the baguette. My bad. Um, I see. Well, where it that will sound so bad. It is interesting to have a way to showcase the poorness of a school in a village, but also uh, I don't know. I have I have a very strong feeling, specifically now, with pictures of children on the internet. Um, it is never a good thing. And yes, specifically now. So, yes, that's. Otherwise, the pictures are good. Like, not gonna lie, there are some pictures that are pretty good. There are some pictures that are really representing um, the lack of funds and the presentations and so on. But yeah, I personally have a bit of a hard time with pictures of children on the internet, specifically now, specifically with what happened on Twitter last week, and other things. So yeah, that's the thing. Um, do you know Kino Eve? Eve Kino? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I'm scared. Nope. I don't know that. I don't know that person. Yeah, I can't listen to that. I don't. I can't stand the French accent as a French person. I can't. I I it's not for me. I hate it. Thank you for the ads. This is Arc. I yes. Why don't I have the button? Does that work? Nope. That works. Uh, Gust face, which is ghost face, but with an A. Welcome on in. Um, yeah, I. I'm gonna be honest with that. I understand the appeal on the type of content, uh, but all I see, specifically from the French and specifically for Africa, is a white man in a black country with money and showcasing how poor the country is without really doing anything and able to do anything anyways other than filming video to make more money and then doing nothing about it. That's how I perceive these type of YouTubers with like a lot of bias from an external point of view, and I don't know what they do, but that's how it's perceived. Um, and it's the same type as the white man in Thailand going for like street tours and just focusing on the red district for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. Um, and so I'm seeing that so much that anyone that is potentially doing good and attempting to shine a light on something a bit in different angle is categorized automatically from me there. And then I have my extremely strong bias against French people as a French person that categorically you need to be so much better than 200% of the population to be categorized potentially passable as a French for me to consider you good. So, yeah, that's personal. That is my own biases. So I get that. Um, but yeah, if it's content that you like, if you enjoy the content, if you feel like it's good and that it brings you something, joy, whatever, um, yeah, it's My moral compass is really against the French, and then the rest is kind of fine. Lately, the Americans are taking a hit. I mean, lately, the past 10 years, they have been taking a fat ass hit from my morals. But yeah, like there is a lot of places that I don't have enough understanding to have values and views. But yeah, it's a thing. I I miss something. Um, why still Arc versus Dia? Dia is kind of shit because this is also something, same thing. It could have been Max. If you know um, Arc, Max was the attempt to have AI integrated inside of Arc, and it was good, and they only needed to create a chat version of the interface, and they're good. But they decided to create a brand new app, um, for no reason. Props. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the raid again. Highly appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. You will see you soon. We will see you soon. Brain, speak. Doesn't work. Um, so yeah, no, Max was a good idea, and it should have been good. It should have been the integration that worked on Arc, and Dia is kind of shit. So everything that they are doing right now is just bringing Arc features to Dia, and that means that both are gonna die anyways. And now that Atlassian is the one that is taking over, um, it's gonna die even more, but slower, but even more. So right now, in the things that I'm testing, there is Orb, if I remember correctly, which I don't remember where it is, but it is somewhere in there. If only we had um, a search, a good search. Nope, not Orbit. I forgot there is like a brand new app that someone has made, which is basically Arc, but built with SwiftUI, which is interesting for macOS, but that's it. Thank you. Fair point. Zen is not my style. Um, God damn it. What do you mean I don't have it anymore? Well, I reinstalled Tahoe, and that's the reason. That is the reason. Zen is good-ish, but it is Firefox-based, Firefox-based, and therefore we have some uh, compatibility issues here and there, and developer-related features not as good. Still not bad. Still not bad. Arcs remains good, but yeah, that's the reason. Arc is just still good, and it gives me everything that I need to have for like testing. If I needed to have like a mobile version and a non-mobile version, I can do that in one click. I don't have to think about it too much. Um, like it's really that simple, and I do like to do that. So yeah. No, I haven't. I installed Claude um, app, but I didn't really use it anyways. So not a lot of use case here. I mean, not for me. That needs to change. I need to fix this. How will I fix this? I don't know. I don't know. Um, you're on Windows. That's a different thing. Uh, like I can't compare um, a Windows only app ported to macOS and a macOS only app ported to Windows. like that. Also, that's a hi. I didn't say hi earlier. Sorry about that. Welcome on in. I think I saw your name and then something went out. Um, so yeah, there is no real equivalence that I have in my head that I can say, oh yeah, well, the port from Windows to Mac OS was shitty as well, so I get it. And the only example and things that I know of from myself is Can, which is my own app, which was iOS only in the beginning, and then I ported it to Android, and the Android version isn't as good. Sorry. It's lacking a lot of features, and I haven't worked on it in roughly a year. Whereas the iOS version, I've made some updates, I added some content, and so on. So that's kind of bad. Uh, but yeah. Um, mm. Atakan, what do you use ChatGPT and other AI stuff for? I'm interested in that because I don't really use AI tools for anything other than code. Um, I mean, technically, I don't use any AI outside of thinking about the project and product that I'm building in terms of technical stuff, where I don't have the knowledge. I'm just a designer. So I don't know shit. And I need to figure out how to set up the database, how to organize the home lab, how to run Linux. I looking for forums is usually a bit scattered all around, so these tools are really useful for me to just condense the information.
Matty_Navas
But
is now following.
yeah, Maddie, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in again. My regular sentence is thank you for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? But I know all that already, so I kind of froze. And then, yeah, welcome on in again. God damn. Yeah, I see. That could work. I mean, I'm not against it. Um, I would say for me right now, the best thing is data that I don't have. Like, not search, but search, or understanding that I can't have just yet, and therefore I need someone to help me. And finding an AI chat is easier than finding um, a tutor. A tutor. Yeah, pot. Hi, welcome in. I didn't have the opportunity to try Atlas or Comet. I wanted to. I didn't. that that Happy New Year shorthand is crazy. Uh, it is crazy. Which one? Gemini is pretty cool. Gemini chat, voice chat, multimodal on Pixels is pretty impressive for something that runs on device. I think like the tech is really cool. The issues that I have with it is that it is Google behind it, so they should have the informations and they should have the data, but it makes so much mistakes when Google basically has access to all the information. They can still make so much mistakes in accuracy of the data that they are giving you. Is that is kind of crazy to me. But overall, Gemini has been really good, specifically the latest model for coding. It's really impressive. It is efficient. It thinks way too much and it talks way too much, but the outputs are pretty good. So, not so bad. Um, right now, I mean, again, my workflow is in Cursor. I live there. That's my home. I don't pay rent. They pay me. I don't know. Um, overall, I'm using Gemini Flash most of the times and Sonnet 4.5. Like that's it. When I have the tokens, I'm using Opus because it's a bit better. But this one is free for me, and this one is free for me as well. Again, going back to what I said earlier, I have a weird account on Cursor, so I know. Sorry, everything is free for me. Um, but Gemini is a better overall designer and architecture designer as well for the code itself compared to this bitch. This bitch is fine, and then Opus is just better than both for me, for my style of chatting. The thing that I kind of want to remind everyone again, because some of you are new, is I am a designer. I have been a designer for 20 years, so my way of speaking is creative speaking, analogies of stuff, explanation by reference, and that works way better with Claude models compared to Google models or OpenAI models. So ChatGPT has a very hard time with me when I'm trying to build something. Claude has no issues, like they do understand the creative thinking and the brain path that I have. Gemini 3 is better than before, but it's still kind of has a bit of a hard time. I need to be very much more specific in my directives in order to make it work, or work well. So that's the thing. It is very dependent on who you are, how you speak, and how you like to explain your ideas and ask your questions, prepare your tasks in order to get the right outputs. So for me, it's these two most of the times, and then Sonnet when I need to go faster. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. It really depends in terms of research. DeepSeek is the best research model. Kimi K2 is the best writing model, kinda. Not really, but kinda. Um, but DeepSeek is really impressive in how good its free way or its free chat gives you research automatically, accurate data, and pretty much up-to-date content, whereas the others are just 4 5 months delayed. Um, so yeah, yeah, I am a UI UX designer as well, kind of. I mean, not really, not anymore, I guess. Now I don't know. I'm just unemployed. That's it. That's all I am. Nothing else. It's so sad. But yeah, no, I would say for writing stuff, I go for Claude most of the times for two reasons. Reason number one, I have a subscription, so that helps. Uh, reason number two, the others have some issues. The others have some issues. So yeah. Uh, I see something on here. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I'm still gonna try that. I think the chat should be... Nope, not there. I don't know if I want to cut it right there. The issue that I have is that my chat background is pure white and my camera background is pure white as well. So it feels kind of wrong. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out later. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I can't have a shadow on this one. That's kind of my issue. I mean, I could, but yeah. Yeah, I can't have a border on the border. Like I already have a border, like that stroke thing, and then I have a shadow and a shadow to get like the bottom section to be good. So the only thing that I could potentially do is have uh, a real shadow on top of that, but that's a recipe for breaking everything. I also made this, which is really cool. It's a Polaroid developing like effect. I think it's kind of fun. It takes its time, but it's interesting. I don't know. Let me see that shadow. So if we have a size of, what we better do is very big ass shadow right there. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. The intensity at probably 60 something would be good to elevate it. Um, well, that's good. That is good. Then 90 degrees. The distance at 10 should be fine. I'm very much scared of that shadow placement on other views. So right now it's fine for the chat right here, but it's gonna be kind of cropped when I'm on other scenes. So I might need to bump the difference. Oh! And I can't add like a padding on this. I cannot. Let's call that elevations for now. And oh, can I make a trigger? So, for the people that don't know what I'm fucking doing right now, I'm trying to add a shadow right here to make sure that we have a way to get the elevation with the chat that is behind and not bother in other views. As in, right here, for example, the shadow itself is going to be kind of blocked at the bottom and it looks not good because it's cropped, but you can't really see it, but it's cropped. And on other scenes, like here, potentially it will be the same thing. You can see that at the top of the thing there is a band that is kind of black, darker, and so on. And at the bottom, there is no shadows at all. So it's weirdly placed, and I don't know exactly. I would need to make it or take more time to see things, but at least here, I have elevations. Good. I'm fine with that. I am fine with that elevation. It's not the best, but it's working. I also don't like the fact that it's on top of the chat compared to, as I said earlier. I might just do that though. Why is my brain like this? See, Atakan, this is the ADHD thing. You don't know what's happening, but something's happening. So if I put back the chat right about here and I crop it basically right at the edge of my camera, since the transition is going to be move camera, grow chat, grow camera in not that order, but kind of the same time, it might, it's still bad. I was about to say it might be good, but yeah, no, I don't like that transition. I don't like the fact that it goes on top. So yeah, I'm gonna just keep that. I'm gonna keep that here. It's gonna be fine. That is gonna be fine. The reason why we had no issues in the beginning or before that is in the initial thing, we had Dan. So I had the chat at the bottom of the screen in an horizontal manner on um, while chatting. So you end up with an horizontal chat when you are in the Mac scene, but when you switch to the others, the horizontal chat goes away, and then you just end up with the side chat, which is this one. But that didn't work for me. I don't know why. Something didn't really click, and now I'm stuck here, which is fine. I like it. It's okay. I've seen better days though, but yeah. Um. Anyways, what was we saying? We were talking about Arc and the other AI browsers and the other AI chats that exist. That was the current state of discussion. Um, I don't know, like, when things are going to be much better. I know that some people, as I have a lot of designers in my close, I would say, link on Twitter and other platforms that just, you know, have or are building things that are really cool. Let me see if I can find Joshua. Yeah, right there. So Joshua is doing something really cool lately for a designer that is using AI to build stuff. He's building a new plugin for Figma that basically lets you build stuff inside of Figma directly through a chat. And I'm impressed. He's been doing this for the past few months and he's been talking about it for a long time. And the entire thing is really, really good and impressive. Um, so it just works. It just go through the Figma file, create the layers. And one of the reasons why I like that a lot is because Joshua being a designer and knowing how to design stuff. The outputs that we have in the creations, even though they are based on some of the language model that exist, they are tailored and like framed around what Joshua has given. So it's well built, it's properly proportioned, and there is enough space in between things, and so on. So yeah, it's like a lot you can have, a lot of text, a lot of things, a lot of whatever. It just works. So if you are someone that is interested in AI for designers, highly recommend that person and their current creation because it's pretty impressive. They do well. They do good stuff. But yeah, like that's the type of situation, the type of product that I'm seeing popping up lately. The same thing as anything, anything design, is a potential as well. We don't know exactly if it's going to be good or bad so far. I haven't seen much about it and I haven't tested anything. Skull, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's the... When was the last time? 2024? 2024? Really? Goddamn. Welcome back. Ah, God damn. That is a long time. Welcome on in. Happy New Year to you too. So yeah, so this thing is the same concept, anything.ai, anything.com, anything.com. I don't know how much they paid for that domain name because, God, that's crazy. Uh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. How is everything? How is that? I mean, yeah, how's everything? It's been a long time. And these tools are going to be pretty useful potentially for people that don't have the design skills that you have and I have, if you are UI UX designer. But um, you know, if your manager doesn't have any fucking clue how to do things and they just want like a quick mock-up and something, that's a good idea. Um, that's a good system. The Going back to attack endpoints earlier, an hour ago now. Um, Not attack endpoint. I forgot who said that. My bad. Someone said that. I think it might be attack. Might have been. I don't know. Basically, the dev currently, the junior devs are not necessary, and they will be necessary again soon because they are replaced by AI, but they can't be replaced forever, so that people will rehire them later. That's a thing that I feel like here we will have a similar type of activities for jobs in the future, as in people that are currently, like myself, building software and apps and stuff through AI end up with shit like this, which is fine. It's working. Is it safe? No. Is it secure? No. Is it optimized? No. Does it work? Kinda. Yes. So I will need at some point, if this thing works and I have the ability to pay someone, I will have to hire someone to just fix this mess. So that once it's really well organized and tailored and good, it can run better. And I feel like these tools are going to create a wave of designers that are there to fix. Again, this is the sad reality. These designers are going to be me. They are going to be designers like myself that have enough experience to see what the issues are, to work as fast as like two people, and be paid way more than other people just because they have the taste, the knowledge, and the speed of execution to fix the mess that these things are doing. But it's also very good for people that are like kind of new. I'm going to use Denny as the usual example, that is new to design but is really good in such a little amount of time. That person is going to have a good job security because they have the taste, they have the execution speed, and the ability to just go through things really fast, as in briefs, meetings, understanding, execution, creation, and so on. So yeah, it's kind of sad because you are losing your job, but it's kind of good because you are losing your job and you're getting another one instead. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's a thing. But yeah, how was it? I mean, you say it's been a while, but then you don't say anything. What did you do in the past year? Since I haven't seen you since 2024. God damn. I mean, technically, since Mel has been kind of out of activities, which makes sense. It is harder to get like the community, right? She's been out. I mean, she's been out. I hope everything goes fine, but goddamn. Oh, that's another thing. What's the current work? I mean, getting distracted by work is a really good thing if the work is good. Can't deny that. I mean, you can deny that, but can't deny that. It's fine. Ah, for fuck's sake. I'm just moving myself. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Have a good rest of your day. Maddie, thanks a lot for the follow. Again, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for coming with the raid. Again. And we'll see you soon. I hope. Take care of yourself. That's a better placement. Kinda. It's a bit tight on that corner right there. Um, but it's fine. That is fine. If it's going well, regardless of the job, as long as you're, I don't want to say I don't want to say fulfilled. Fulfilled is not necessarily the right things to say, but you get what I'm saying. Uh, as long as you are fine with what you're doing and that it's not boring, it you like it. Yeah. God damn, what a well, one less I have to do. Appreciate it, thank you. Yeah. That's crazy. I should have the rules on my wall right there. I should have the don't add to the population, don't remove from the population, and don't end up in jail. But technically, I should just have the first and the last, but not the middle one. I don't care about the middle one. You can remove from the population. Nah, it doesn't really. Even if it's me. I mean, if it's me, it's even better because it doesn't really affect me. So, you know, do that. Remove from the population. Yes. Yes. You streamed a bit. What did you stream? Did you game? Maybe. Probably. But yeah, no, it's a very interesting thing. My brain is going back to the design with AI stuff, which is kind of bad. We haven't tried or retried the Galileo AI, which is now Stitch by Google, AI models, which I think would be pretty good now compared to before. So that is interesting. But yeah. Oh, yeah, me too. Congrats. Congrats. I did the same thing. That is neat. I didn't. I can't say me too on this one. What is the fishing game? Is it the fishing game similar to what Bad Cop has done? If you know what Bad Cop has. I mean, the Bad Cop fishing game is really good, so if it's inspired by that, it's going to be pretty good as well. But yeah, congrats on half crossover, I guess. I did the same thing today. I went out for chickpeas, empty. I went out for tortillas, empty. I went out for one of my drinks, empty. And I had the last box of blueberries. These fucking stores on Mondays are just empty. It's annoying. I see. I see. Interesting. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. My Pomodoro timer is the most boring thing I could think of, and it's working. And it's not really a Pomodoro timer, but it kind of is. Basically, it's this. So you can kind of see that there is a timer right there in the center, right? But it's on white on transparent background, so you can't see shit. And basically you can decide what you want to have. So because Cat had a Sabaton Tipaton situation, I thought it would be good to have these timers as well, for other activities. So all that, but then the Pomodoro one is basically just uh, a base system where you define the time for the work duration, the break time, the long break if you want long breaks, and then um, at the bottom right there, you have sound. And these sounds are the shittiest sound I could have, but it works. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I know. So that's a good thing. We are all doing the exact same content anyways, but eh, it's neat. I'm more uh, happy with this one, for example. Like this one makes a lot more sense to me. It's the new thing that you've seen on my overlay, basically. All of my auto commands are now triggering stickers, and it's just because you never have that many. Um, you know, when I just say one of the words, that's fine. I don't really like the small peel. I feel like it could be a bit better than just from the top. Have like a random angle could be really good, but it looks nice and it works. And it's triggered by anything, and you know, it's neat. It's a neat little thing. Again, I'm building stuff because I have the time. Also, that's broken, but that's my computer. Don't worry about it. Um, and it's just, it makes sense to have like these overlays as a personal element because, eh, like this shit, that's not. At some point, I'll figure it out. The issue that I have with it is that I need to have the black background behind it in order to make it readable. But yeah, there is this. Are they on Threads? I forgot. There is like an account that I see on my feed. I think it's on Threads or on Twitter, one or the other. That is sharing something that is a bit of a classroom 3D environment that leaves usually in the bottom right corner of a streamer that is in co-working mode. And so people can join in on the co-working environment in 3D. And then when the time is up, they kind of stand up and move around. And when the timer goes back up, everyone goes sit down at the table. So that's a thing for a Pomodoro timer that is like more interesting and interactive than a timer. Um, but having a timer is good enough. So yeah, that's another thing that we can do. I do like the to-do list as well. Um, I don't remember if I don't think I'm following them still, so that's not gonna help much. But um, study time used to have an interesting same thing, a to-do list thing when you can just join in and say, "Oh, I'm doing this today. That's the plan." Um, but yeah, it's probably not gonna be here because they haven't been studying in a long time apparently. God damn, no thing. And session is live now. I didn't know that. Cool. Um, I mean, yeah, we don't have a lot of. I mean, I don't have a lot of uh, co-working streamers in here. I think Studio Time might be the only one right now. James could have been in a half co-working situation, but that's not the case. He's just painting, as always. Hello, James. James is good. But yeah, no, that's I mean, having task and to-do list when I'm guessing people can just join and say, that's my task for the day, and then you can mark it as completed, so that the chat is interacting with the list. That's pretty good. I mean, for me, the most important thing is the sound. The sound needs to be noticeable enough so that it's recognizable that this is the end of the work timer and then the beginning of a work timer, or and specifically not like the submarine alarms thing, because goddamn. But other than that, something like a reward system for the task accomplished. Like, let's say people have, as you say, the to-do list that they have, and they mark stuff as completed, and then there is some sort of a celebration on screen, like confetti. Or other things like a different sound. I mean, different sound would be kind of annoying if it's in the middle of a work session, but why not? Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think it works. Again, I don't um I don't have a lot of sounds, but these I can't see shit. 1 second. Um, this website is really good for sounds, and you know, because I'm looking at the Japanese one most of the times, um, it just gives you such good sound alerts and sound stuff for whatever, and it's good. The only thing that pisses me off with it is the fact that you need to go inside of this, go into the download MP3, and then copy the link here for it to be playable directly inside of OBS if you use OBS. Otherwise, it's fine. But that's one of the things that I would probably
Techig just
put in
resubscribed for
place
6 months. OMG, hi, Happy New Year.
in order to have like the pay sound when a sub happened, for example. Like right now. Thank you. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Happy New Year to you too. How are you? How's everything? How was your December? Welcome on in. Um, yeah, you can also do that, but goddamn. Also, do not, please, for the love of yourself, do not look at the French version. It's just shit. All the way. All the way is just shit. Like there is oh, all of the trending now in France are just oh. Did you hear this one? I did, but I don't know if you did. I don't think you did. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is it broken though? Because it has been broken for me in the past few days. Um, I've been having some recommendation, not recommendate, not recommendations. And there's been like crashes on launch. So I don't know if you are in the same boat as me, but thank you for getting it in the premium tier. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Um, why? Just let them grow. Let them grow. It's gonna be fine. I guess you heard nothing because that is the issue. Hmm. Hmm. Let me check. 1 second. No, recommendation, not recommended. Um, yeah. They are, I mean, if you can notice them, they are noticeable. That's how noticeability work. That's the one that just, you heard that? No, you can't hear that. That's crazy. I can't see or hear one. Let me just. Ah.
Lizard. Lizard.
That's audible. God damn. What do you mean no? um. Yeah. So basically, in the here, in here, right? You may have some issues in that display because that thing is heavy on the processing for some fucking reason. But it's kind of fine. And then in here, sometimes that is broken. Not often, but sometimes that is broken, and I get it. But yeah, I think the other kind of lag is here. You can kind of see that on stream where it kind of. Yeah, I don't know. What's your collection size? Because my current collection size is 105. Technically, there is 115, but I haven't added the last 10 that I just got. Oh, you have 9 and you went for the full things? Why? Why? You wanted the analytics? I get it. The free tier is 12. Ah, you should have remained free. I mean, I appreciate it. Also, yes, you have like all of the analytics that I don't have right here. So, and you don't have the layering. Eh, eh. I get it. I get it. Yeah, it has some bugs. I'm not gonna lie, it has some bugs. There are stuff that just don't work. Um, the issue that I have, the biggest issue that I have is you don't seem to get the perfumes that I add to the database. So, for example, if you use the app, I have a very big suspicion that you can't find any of these. Obvious is a brand that I added because I have them on my, I mean, yeah, on my fucking thing. I have them. And so I added their entire collection to the database, but I seem to be the only one to have access to them. So if you go into adding a perfume and you look for Obvious, which is the name of the fucking brand, you may not be able to find any of them, and that pisses me off because I mean, that's the point. You're supposed to see the thing. I have added 100 and something perfumes since the beginning, and I am not sure that you have access to them, which is kind of sad because goddamn, I'm doing all I can to get like the process working, and I mean for admins, which is myself, but then you don't get shit. one day, one day that will work, but it's not today. Um, but yeah, I need to figure that out. That's the last piece for me, where if I figure out how to get you to get the perfumes that I am adding to the database, um, that's gonna be good. But yeah, thank you for using the app, though. Appreciate it. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing. Lately it's been kind of broken, and that's the issue that I have. It's just in one very specific recommendation mode. Yeah. God damn. Oh, for fuck's sake. uh, I need to figure out how I can send you the data in a basically in a notification, and I don't know how to do that. I'll figure it out, maybe at some point, one day. Probably not. Yeah, it's really I. That's the thing. I want to avoid using anything other than Apple ecosystem for this app specifically. And so if that wasn't the case, if I wasn't that dumb on the database system, I would have used Convex or Firebase directly from the get-go and just, use that. The issue that I have is that the app launch and is downloaded from the store with 41,000 perfumes in it. Like it's local, you have 41,000 perfumes directly on the app. So if you don't have an internet connection at some point and you still want to add perfume to the collection, it still works. You will still have some issues with downloading the images because that is coming from the web, but the perfumes themselves are in the database on your device. And 40,000 records of different perfumes is too much for most of the free tiers of most apps like Firebase, Superbase, Convex, and so on. Having 40,000 records in your database on launch isn't going to be good. So, yeah. It's kind of wild. I don't, I don't know. I guess the only option that I on the option that I have, that's not true. But one of the other options that I have is the same thing that I'm doing here, where uh, any new dictionary that I want to add to the Can app is added through a JSON file. Like it's just a JSON file that contain all of the words that needs to be in there. And yeah, it's good. But yeah, no, that's the thing. It's not really on-demand resources. That's the I know. On-demand resources is really good if I had something that was like um, downloadable and injectable inside of the database that is on the user devices through a system that would be um, not trustable but trustable. I guess I need to one's floor up to explain. Basically, the database is or has the ability to get like or integrate with new perfumes really easily. The thing is, when you add a new entry, it adds a unique ID to that entry, which, it's a database, it makes sense. In order to make sure that the unique ID that you have can be overridden by an admin unique ID, I need to have that in a CloudKit container as a unique record, and then me on my end said, oh, that record that is has been user generated, for example, needs to be replaced by my record that is admin generated. Technically, I don't see your stuff, but you know, I don't. But that's basically what it is. So if I have something that I'm adding to CloudKit as an admin reference perfume, it needs to then be sent to you and on your device if like if on your device you already have that perfume in your collection, then I am replacing the one that is in your collection with mine, which is trusted data, and you don't break stuff. I need a fucking diagram. I can't. I think I did that diagram before, but me is a dumbass. So here is the thing. Basically, you have the creation right there. Have a good meeting. That is not big enough. Terracan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? So you have your initial, what we call the reference record. So that's going to be basically that is the perfume itself, right? So that's my reference perfume that is right here. And then I have other things. So inside of my database on device, I am getting the oops, I'm getting that. That's the first thing I'm getting. And then that. Bitch. Here. So your perfume in your collection on your device is a combination of the reference perfume, the user generated data, so user gen, and then the last thing is your timeline entry with a T. That is your stuff. I never see that. No one sees that. It's on your device. It can be synced to iCloud, but that's like, it's on your device. It doesn't leave. The reference is what I have access to, and it's why I'm trying to send to you 99% of the time. and it fails, and I don't know why. So this element, that like whole thing right there, is what I call, God damn it, I can't type. That is one perfume in your collection. It is composed of a reference ID, your user-generated content, which is most of your ratings and stuff, and the timeline that is basically linked to your user gens. That's why it's contained in one thing. What I'm trying to do is have the reference perfumes in my database and basically come in your database and replace the reference ID with my reference ID and adding the link to work, which means that if you have something like whatever, one of the obvious perfume that I just mentioned, it has 16 notes, so different colors, different scents, different things. All of that is predefined in the record of the reference. If I notice that it has an issue, there is like a typo, there is a mistake in the perfumer name or something, I can go in my reference on the database, change the information, and then send it to everyone so that everyone has the up-to-date data. That makes sense. The thing is, right now, if I'm updating the reference, you don't get shit, and I don't know why. And I know that it's because of iCloud. And going back to the stubbornness that I am, I need to retain out iCloud as a main database system because it's free. Yeah, the same thing. I don't understand why it's breaking, but that's the thing. It just pisses me off. I need to figure out why it is breaking. That's the thing. Because goddamn. But yeah, that's basically the thing. I just need to make sure that this can happen, and say the reference from the database is just replacing yours, and that's it. And in the technicality of it, it is so easy because you are creating a perfume through that flow. And so all of this, that first step, if you're manually entering a perfume in your app, that first step is the reference. So you are creating an entity first that is right there. And then once you selected something, you are adding all of the user-generated stuff right here. So I already have the good separation. Technically speaking, it's supposed to work. And it doesn't. That pissed me off. Um, yeah, I think one of the companies that I was in tried to make us use Jira, and I said fuck no, and that's about it. And they were waiting for me to create tickets and review tickets and stuff, and the fuck no kind of stayed. And yeah, so that's good. You should do the same. I think Linear is pretty good for that, but that's true. That is true. That might be a good thing, gas face, for gas for your use case, because you can have Linear on your side and just using Jira, technically speaking. That could be good. But yeah, no, I hate all of that. Um, I think in the beginning we were using Trello, and then Trello was kind of shit, and so we moved to Slack directly, which just didn't work because they needed like tickets and shit. So they wanted to have um, Asana. I think they used Asana for a while, and then we had a deal with a specific company that gave us Jira for free or something, or like for very heavily discounted markup. Um, and so we moved to that. But I mean, since the beginning on that company, I said processes, fuck no. We are 10 people. If we can't speak to each other, fuck this. And I was right. Like, I just trying to put like processes and big companies tech into the workflow of 10 people where the whole company was like 10 people. And so the people that needed to interact with Jira was like four. Four people can't have a chat. Oh, goddamn. Uh, anyways, but yeah, no, I know for a fact that depending on your device, you may have some issues with the text rendering right here. In launching the app, it might kind of bug in the beginning, like when it's a cold start. You may have some issues here. This is a tricky view, uh, and the reason why it's tricky is because I am stickering every single fucking bottle, and that's a lot of processing for no reason. But it still is a lot of processing. So when you move into this view, you have a bit of a cleaner logic because you display less bottles per viewport. That's easier on the processing, kinda. But I don't like it. And then, yeah, I'm stickering client side. I mean, everything is client side. That's the thing. Um, Nothing goes on server because I am a designer. I don't like servers. I don't do backend. Like the fact that I have a database for the perfumes already is a massive step for me. And I shouldn't have. Based on what I just saw, I shouldn't have. I should just make updates packages of JSON files that get aggregated to the user database, which is SQL, with a simple system. But yeah. No, so basically, that's a bit of a more complex thing. The hmm. So when you are adding a perfume, you add a URL right here. If you're using a Parfumo URL, what happens is I am getting the OG image from that link, and I'm extracting the image right away. And so the user is extracting the thing and getting what needs to be extracted as a sticker. If you fuck it up, if your internet connection is not good enough, if your system is too old, or if you are using the thing on desktop or a simulator, you end up with a big ass square around the perfume, which is kind of bad, but it's there and you still have the image and it's fine. It's not as beautiful as the rest, but it's fine. But everything is done on the user device. So the stickering, the extraction of the sticker, and all of that is done by the system, which is you on your device. So I don't do anything. However, What I have put in place is for specific type of users, which is usually myself. Um, if I am adding a perfume and getting the image for said perfume, it's going to send it to the CloudKit records and hold it in CloudKit so that someone else that would want to get access to that perfume and for some reason doesn't have a powerful enough um, device could pull that image from CloudKit if necessary. Technically speaking, I think I'm checking CloudKit first to pull instead of not processing the image on the user device. And then, if there is nothing in CloudKit, it's just doing the processing on device. But yeah, it's just, it's a mess. That's the first. It's over-engineered. That's the second thing. And it's not a pattern of databases that should exist because of what I want to do. So, yeah. I again, I should get like this Firebase, Superbase situation. The thing is, I don't have like it's the free tier things. The free tier situation is pissing me off. So you end up with these are new. I forgot. They have like a record limit amount, as far as I remember, that just isn't good enough for what I need. Yeah, dang. It's their storage capacity and the amount of record available, which I forgot exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in there. And I wouldn't necessarily be able to just transfer everything. Again, the app ships with 40,000 records, and the goal is to have 200,000 records. And in all of the CMS collections things that I've seen, they basically cap the free tier at 10,000. So no. So that's why I'm basically just using CloudKit because it's free. And I'm fine with that. It's working. But yeah, it's really bad. It is really bad. Like that 1 gig is good enough for the data that I have, but yeah. And then the other thing, the other reason why I'm not going with Firebase or other platforms is because CloudKit gives me the Apple secure path. Their garden, that their walled garden, is ensuring that any users with an iPhone will have the ability to get access to whatever's in CloudKit because it works. It's just like they talk to each other, but they don't talk well enough for me to know what they haven't downloaded yet and what they need to download. So I absolutely need to figure that out. But so far, I haven't. And I don't know. It's really bad. Nope. I do it on the app directly. I know, really bad. Basically, there is a hidden setting thing, which is only available to me. It's only available to specific user ID, which is myself, and technically it's specifically unlocked by my iCloud account. So that's linked to me. If you spoof my cloud account, you have access to admin. Not a good ID, but it's still there. And I have, as I just showcased, like I mean, it's basically right there. in front of yourself. Um, in the goddamn it, in the profile, I have that, which is my admin session, and then I can manage the database. I can do the things right from here and check if I have things to review, like the one that I have added manually are going to that view, and then I'm sending them to everyone, technically speaking. Like this one, these ones are in my database as um, in review in orange because they were used in production and I need to keep them in review while I'm on testing mode. And then I will be able to just send that to you by changing its status directly from the app from myself. This is really bad. I shouldn't have that. Um, I should have like a back office, a real thing. But no, 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 no. I wanted to build something for myself. And the main reason why it doesn't work is because having a back office for CloudKit is just shit. I couldn't figure it out. But it is what I would need to have, yes. Um, and it is, I already have server-side events, which is notification system in um, in CloudKit. It's a notification subscription, meaning that when there is something that happens on CloudKit, a notification is sent to everyone, and that's it. And that notification is just a pull notification, like just like there is new data, just pull. That it. But no, I don't know why it doesn't work, other than my lack of skills. And I would need, to be honest, a real back office, a real database system that is not CloudKit or that allows me to connect to CloudKit, have a good meeting, directly, because right now CloudKit is limited to enterprise plan. Yes, enterprise plan. Um, to get a webhook, to get access to read and write inside of CloudKit. Whereas right now, I'm in the individual plan of iCloud or iCloud developers, meaning that I only have access to the read and triggers. So I can't really manage the things. I mean, I can still write, but I just can't do that externally, which is a pain in the ass. So yeah, Flavio, hi, welcome on in. Um, yeah, yeah. That is kind of interesting. Send a link. Send a link. Right there, link. Damn, you did exactly the same. um, I'm gonna be business focused right there. This is a lawsuit. No questions. Be careful. This looks exactly the same, and I'm expecting or um, you don't have a light mode. Cool. Um, I'm expecting that bento.me/Flavio is going to be you. No, got that it. Maybe it is. I don't know. But you want this thing to be different. I know you got that dark mode, and good job on that. Like, that's good. But you basically want to have the thing to look different enough. Like, it looks similar, and we agree, But in terms of copyrights and so on, you kind of want to have like a different thing. Right now, what I'm seeing is that you have the login, the settings, the content right here. That's gonna be, it is such a copy of the existing, that I fear for your business if you want to make that a business. Um, so I don't, I fear for that. But good job, nonetheless. Um, did you? That's pretty cool. So you just have, for now, you just have links, images. I mean, I'm guessing you probably have things in there. God damn. Yeah. I fear for you. um, good. Different. I didn't do that. Better. Yes. That's good. That's a good change in terms of the editor compared to Bento directly. So good take. Um, and then you have styles. You can change to Rages. I was thinking about putting that in place. I have the font thingy, but I haven't put it in place just yet. My current thinking was allowing users to define spacing in between boxes, corner radius based on spacing, and potentially have like other things to make it a bit different than Bento, to not get like the lawsuits from Linktree, because goddamn, that's gonna happen. But that's pretty cool. You've done really good. Not gonna lie, I'm impressed. You put the you put the trash can on the other side. Same thing. This is gonna be really, really too similar in terms of the icon styles. That's the reason why on my side I have done this instead. So more conceptual, less recognizable. It's still the same concept, but it's just, it looks different and different enough. The button is in the same place, but it's a different thing. And that is good enough, but not great. The last thing, and that's the one that I haven't really worked on, is I'm adding these to most of the cards. So when there is something that needs to have like more settings than the current system, I'm adding like one of these extension mode to just go in there, change the mode itself, and just, you know, have something. But yeah, it pissed me off though. That's not the one. Look at that. Ah. I don't know why that happened, but that happened, and goddamn. I don't know. I haven't tried in Firefox yet. But goddamn. So yeah, like same thing for my embeds. Like I'm starting there, and then when you have your embeds, you can just go interact with them if you want to, but you can also just copy paste the code. So that's a thing. But yeah, nonetheless, most of the stuff that I'm adding, which you're adding as well, like different type, different stuff, like this one is my bento duplicate modes, and this is the default mode, the colorful mode, so that it looks different enough for low suit purposes. And then you can change your global themes and so on, which you know sometimes you just want something that just stands out. But right now my computer is kind of freaking out because of the transparency issues that macOS Tahoe has. So yeah. I didn't know that. Thank you for reminding me. Um, do you want to be? I don't know. How long did you spend on yours? I for the base, for the structure and the native grid, um, 8 hours, maybe 10. I had the ID on December 22nd. I had my train to my family event on the 24th in the morning. By the 24th in the morning, I had everything. And then I came back from the family stuff on the 27th, 28th. And I worked on it for a bit for specifics like the OG image fetching and other things. That's kind of broken. But yeah, I would say in total, in true work time, 2 days, 3 days, roughly. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't use it. I don't use it because it only edits the current design. So if your page is JS rendered, which is the case here, you are just editing the preview rendering of the thing. You're not editing the components itself. So for me, it's a bit of a waste of time. And I haven't used it much. I should, but yeah. Nonetheless, this is really cool. You did good. Recommendation also from someone that is building the exact same thing. Because I don't have it, and I think you should have that too. Make sure that you add one row of invisible content at the bottom. So basically, what that means is right here, I'm stuck there in my editor. And so if I add something, it's going to be underneath and not necessarily like visible. I need to then scroll, but I wouldn't be able to scroll past first. So, yeah, record it, put it in here. Send me a fucking thing right there. Yeah, you can add automatic scrolling to the elements, but it would be better to have a bit of space at the bottom for accessibility purposes, even here for everyone, but also for you right there. I know that you have your privacy policy right here, which is exactly behind your toolbar, and I can't access it. Like I can only access it if I'm right here. So that's bad. But it is. Knox, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? How was your December and such? What are you using in the backend though? That's gonna be my question now. Now that I know stuff. Also, you are using React Grid Layout, which is the same thing. However, You're doing that. I see. So you're really duplicating Bento in their behavior. Interesting. 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 Well, you know what? The transition is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty neat. It's just a click to edit this text, not like it shouldn't be visible. But goddamn. All right. I'm gonna need to download Zen and test it out. Fuck. What I'm talking about here is the translate. You're basically defining, or at least the module that you're using for your grid is defining by position rather than defining by index, which is different. But yeah, that seems, I mean, to me in my head, that seemed way too math heavy. And so, like, your first one is at 0, 0, and then you have a translate in the X at 210, which is, God, that was a lot. So, in between this one and this one, there is 210 pixels of difference for your top left anchor points. Right, that's how this thing works. And so you end up with something that is kind of working, but it's based on translation. So what in my head, what that means is if I change the size of this thing right here, this has to be translated down, and this as well, and this as well. Whereas if it's by index, as long as you have your flow of indexes that kind of makes sense, your index doesn't really change. Your position is going to just be, well, it's on the index starting point of my grid block 0. So it's at 0, 0 because it's like first grid point. Second one is going to be at 0, 1 or 1, 0, depending on how you want to organize thing. And that's about it. And so it's just define how many blocks it's taking, and that's it. So it's a bit easier to manage. But yeah, indexes and positioning was a bit of a pain in the ass in the beginning, so I don't blame you for going with that, which I think is the package. But not that it matters. I mean, both of our sites, yours and mine, don't really consume any fucking CPU anyways. The only thing that will consume CPU is this shit. Because the system is just gonna be pissed. What you using for the map? I'm using Mapbox. I moved to Mapbox. I know that there is the new MapCN. I'm guessing you're using MapCN now that I'm looking at it. You're using Leaflet. Oh, Leaflet. 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 Yeah. Oh, God dang it. Thank you for checking it, Techie. I will check that out. More details. God dang. Yeah, you did good. I just want to say that again. You did pretty good. I fear for your lawsuits. Um, what I like about MapKit here, or Mapbox, basically, is that it is free. The tile display, when you just display a tile for a specific location, It's a size of tile, and it's just like that's it. That's an image. It's a very lightweight PNG, and therefore you don't have to think about it too much. Um, it is limited in terms of what you can really search. Like it's better for me to just type Paris than my real address, compared to what I had in Bento, where, for example, I could move the map, and that's something that I wish I could do and just have access to, but that is not the case. So yeah, eh, it's fine. They have like one of the best overall design choices. Like most of their unified sizes, corner radius, spacing makes the most sense. So I do like it, but I had to not do that for legal reason, which is kind of sad. But yeah, and MapKit.js is good, but I don't remember um, if free and how easy, because that's also a thing. Yeah, dang. It's yeah, 250 map views is crazy, but I get it. But it's crazy. I guess right now the best option is MapCN. Um, I mean, best option, you know. But MapCN is a new map things hosted by ShadCN, and it's like based on ShadCN UI, so you can implement that. I just have a bit of a hard time with Vercel as a parent company, as always, for ethical reasons. If you know, you know. If you don't know, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You don't need to know. But yeah, no, overall, it is pretty good. It's just, they say free, but I don't trust that anymore. Like that's the thing. Um, I I don't understand exactly how these guys are making money if they are just shipping free fucking software. So there's something about it. There's something about it. But yeah, no, you are doing really good. I'm repeating myself, I know, but lawsuits, be careful. Like, make sure you have safety net something, at least, so that you can have a design thing that is way different. Like that's the main point. My initial thoughts was to go back to what they had in their first launch. So I think, is it this one? No. You go back in recent. I know that's that the one. Yeah, that's the thing. That is one of the reasons why I'm like, maybe chill a bit, Like, that is not the thing that I'm looking for. I'm looking for not that. Where the fuck is this thing coming from? Is it in this one? I was looking for the fox and the other activated stuff, and I found screenshots of Bento, first of its name, basically. Well, it's right there. Basically, when it came out, I took screenshots and I made like mine and so on. I didn't have a bio and such. And so, if that's also a thing, because of Bento's history, because of how Linktree is now the parent company. You need to be extremely careful in anything you do to not be the same. And so these links that you currently have, which are basically the same, you need to change something about it. Like you can put the fav icon at the bottom next to the link, and then you have just the title above to differentiate it from what they had. It's a bento grid, so this is something that is like a gray area in the copyright situation, but still, in terms of the design, the behavior, and so on, there is some ground for Linktree being Linktree and giving you a bit of a slap on the wrist or something. You could go back to what they used to have, which is like a plus button on the top right. Top right, that's the bottom right. In the bottom right corner to have all of the options. But yeah, like I checked how the grid was working in the first place, and that was from whenever they dropped 5 years ago now. I guess 4 years ago now. But yeah, like the fact that you have this, that's crazy to me. Like that's so close. What are you using for your? Oh well, you're using Next.js and Django, so you are using Next Oath for authentication, I'm guessing, um, instead of Cloak, which is good. Yeah, please do. Yes. So the thing that we had, and I'm so sad about it. Basically, well, no, I'm kidding. Basically, they have changed stuff, so they have the button on the other side, and so on. If you look closely, I'm gonna see if that's feasible in a zoomed in version. If I drag, you can see how it's elastic and it has weights. That wasn't there in the first place before they got acquired. So that is something that they have added. Sorry for the motion blur. I know that that's not the best, but yeah. Uh, but that's a very interesting thing that they have added. And then they have done something that I haven't figured out just yet. So when I'm pulling something, you can see that the drop zone, its empty states is remaining, and when I'm releasing, it's remaining there until the cards drop. And I can't figure that out. The delay for the disappearing of the zone, I can't figure that out. So they changed that. They have updated the map. The map wasn't necessarily there in the first place. It was announced, or it was added in the first year of business, but not much more. They have updated things, as in, we now have these. That wasn't there in the first place. We only had the four, the small one, the wide, the tall one, and the big one, and that's it. So yeah, um, yeah. The thing is, the big difference compared to most platforms, as always for me, is the fact that I don't care about profit. So the base things here is that my basis is the more of you, the less you cost me, and therefore the less you pay me. So in order to break even for everything that I have to pay for the system, the lowest price I can go at is going to be $6 per year for everything for paid users. Um, and you know, when you take a look at the difference, well, they are requesting that amount per month. But now I know that everything that they are providing doesn't cost them that amount at all. At all. So in the beginning, it's my decreasing or decremental pricing model, which I love and I want to implement everywhere because it makes so much more sense. In the beginning, it's way more expensive because each user costs a lot more than the like when there is more users, and then you spread out to all users evenly. So in the beginning, the first people that are paying yearly are going to pay $30 a year, which is like more expensive than some platforms, but not all. Like Linktree is still more expensive at $5 a month. And then a bit later, you're gonna reach out a point where it's gonna be 80 cents per month for like per user. And at the floor, the lowest I can go, it's going to be $6 a year instead of $6 a month for most of the other platforms. And that's because I don't care about the profit. The reality is it's based on the amount of people coming in. So if we have like the thresholds are the first drop from 30 to 26 is 100 users. So if I have 100 paying users at $30 a year, 100 paying users at $30 a year, I made 3K for 100 people, roughly. That covers the cost of operation for a good while until we reach the next plateau where it goes down and down and down and down. And it's just a, a business model that just makes a lot more sense because instead of taking money out of you, I'm just giving it back because I don't need it. The system is roughly automated. I don't need to do anything to it. I need to add content, add cards, add features, but that's about it. So that's the thing. And also, um, there I'm having all of the metrics, the users, the thing that is like refreshed on a weekly, daily, and monthly basis. And so that's the thing. Like again, like I'm currently minus 1,500 ish, and yeah, like that's the system. So I don't know. It just makes sense to me. This model, this option and model that I had since the beginning has been in my head for so long, and it is such a powerful option to just get stuff like working kinda and just surviving without having to like extract so much money from people. Again, I'm going from Linktree pricings. Like that's the option. The fact that the initial things with free make sense, but like you don't have much information and much stuff. I understand why they are like so much more expensive than what I want to do. It's because they have like so much free users that they need to cover the cost of the free users by the paying users. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we had max width, and I think I broke it apparently. I mean, you can see that I have that. I mean, that was supposed to be much tighter. Um, Thank you. So I'll I'll fix that for sure. For sure. It was fixed, but yeah. Um, yeah. Stony,
Stony
hi, welcome in.
underscore Eagle just
You're late.
resubscribed for 45 months. Who is this man? I thought you retitled rolling on the floor laughing.
I did retitled. Indeed. Indeed, Lonefather. Hi, welcome in. um so yeah, how's that? Still the same? Hmm. Still the same landing pages. That's good. That's good. That's good. Still the same. Oh. Oh. Congrats. Congrats. Not congrats, but congrats. Um that's good. That's good. Great. You need a that's bad. I don't like this and this. These are fine. You need to do something about it. But congrats. That is impressive. That is impressive. I like this. So yeah, no, most of the things, most of the, the logic behind things for me is I don't care about the profit. I care about the product that I'm building. And then if it makes money, cool. But like I'm not there for the profit itself. For example, the new app from this morning that again, you don't understand how fast this bitch worked. I had the idea last night. I mean, I had the idea a month ago, but I put my brain to it last night. This morning, I woke up, started implementing the thing at like 7 a.m. roughly. I have a working prototype plugged in with an AI model and a big ass LLM on my phone by 12. It took me 4.5 hours to set it up. It's crazy. But yeah, congrats. What I've seen though, specifically for user-based stuff, depending on what you are like what you are trying to achieve. For me right now, for bands specifically, the most um, cost that I have is Clerk. Clerk for user management, which I know that Stony would have recommended Keycloak. I can't figure it out. And there is Super Token, that is another option, but I might do that at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Not yet. But like self-hosted user management um, would have been a bit better than Clerk, but Clerk at 10,000 users is $250 a month. Clerk at 100,000 users is 60K a month. And that's crazy. So, yeah. um, yeah. I think luck is a very good starting point where you need to have like user acquisition without any hiccups. So you want to 10 your first 10,000, which are free. Like they are like included and so on. Um, that would be interesting. And then you need to switch to something that is like self-hosted or cheaper or something. I don't know. But yeah. Lone Traveler, why do you hate me now? Why? I saw that message and then I didn't say anything. Yeah, we have a big ass stream layout that is all over the place. You know, it has a bit of a glitch. Not gonna lie, I hate the glitch. I need to fix the glitch. But yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. If you are currently making like 35K in your annual revenue right now, which is pretty impressive since you launched, well, not so long ago now, that's pretty good. Congrats. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but yeah, that's an interesting thing. That is an interesting thing. Hmm, that's better. It is better. It is better. I like it. Um, but yeah, that's also the thing. Like right now, your users are paying a certain amount. Like you are making 35K a year, which is pretty cool. And then you have all of the bills that are going to be included, as in this 5K from Post Hogs, which is monthly. So that's a lot more money than 35K. Um, Kinda in the long run. So, like it's very unsustainable in many cases unless you like um unless you move from something that is like user sustainable. As in my whole basis is we as the community holding that server, we hold that server. It stays alive if people are paying, but if it doesn't, it's goodbye. I mean, we can't sustain ourselves, and that's fine. And so a lot of people and a lot of products that I've seen, specifically the newest products that are just um, built, are just not thinking about the business side of things early enough. And so they end up in a system that just they cannot do anything about. Like it's just they're stuck. It's either they do an obscene amount of money in an obscene amount of no time, or they just dead. And that's usually what happened, which is really sad. So we don't like it. Um, yeah. I mean, for me right now, in terms of the non-greedy part of stuff, it's I just want this thing to if no one uses it, at least supports me. And the people that are using links in bio, um, because the first 1,000 users is free on Clerk, or 10,000, I forgot how much it is. My first roughly 1,000 users on Convex is free for the amount of read and writes that is doing. The hosting is taken care of. The domain names is not much, but it's kind of expensive for what it is. And then all I have is additional things. From now on, everything that you have in the free tier, which is like 15 cards, and which is much too much for most people, and then the light mode. If you want dark mode, you need to pay for that. If you want different styles of cards, you will need to pay for that, and so on. So, you know, the economics make sense, but it just I'm providing the service as is in the free version, so that you have everything, kinda, that you need for link in bio situation. And then if you want like more stuff, you can add more stuff, but it's not necessary. And it's the same thing for the perfume app, where basically I'm giving you 12 perfumes for free because I know that most people that are that have a perfume collection, they have like 5. And the people that are starting to get into perfume and a lot more into perfumes, they are getting 15. So they need to convert. And like, it's just, you have the entire first 12 to get you used to the app, and then you need to convert. But instead of giving you like a subscription model, I'm giving you like a $24 once. That's it. And again, I showed you my samples, bags, and so on. These things are costing me 35 to $50 roughly per month. So it's cheaper than that, which is pretty impressive. So yeah, my willingness to get paid when I'm working for myself is extremely low. My willingness to get paid when I'm working for someone else is extremely high. So like, it's basically just a convenient type of thing. I'm okay with working for myself and not getting paid for what I'm doing much, because I just like to do what I do. If you're asking me to work for yourself, you're gonna have to pay me a lot, because I don't give a shit about you. And you need to do something about it so that I give a shit about you. That's the system. That's how it works. At least that's how it works for me. And so far, it has worked pretty well. Eh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I do like $24 once for the perfume app is pretty fair. Um, I was debating having something like a $1 a month subscription model, so that people could just have access to the paid tier. The thing that I don't like is that what happens if you unlock your subscription and then you add like 50 perfume at once and then you unsubscribe? Do I hide your above 12? Do I do all of that? And so I'm like, eh, I don't care. So yeah, I don't know. The one that I'm currently building though has a very heavy threshold of cost. So current companies, the one that I've built this morning, current companies are like asking $15 a month, $100 a year, for these types of products. I seen another one that is at $13.50 a month, and 70 something a year. So yeah. But as always, the main issue that I have is the fucking marketing. Um, Also, yes, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Um, but yeah, also Stony, by the way, this is from you. The fact that you have now profile pictures instead of letters is because I listened to you. Dang. So now we have profile pictures, which is kind of sad. I kind of liked um the letters mainly because you could do something and people were asking what the fucking letter means. But yeah, I didn't disclose what it is, but I have built so much. I've built this in 4 days. So this is ban. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it broken because it wasn't updated when I sent you the link. I'm sorry about that. That's on me. That is on me. Which is basically a link in bio situation when you can just have your links and your stuff. I'm currently fighting with OG images fetching and iframe content fetching. As in here, I wish I had the ability to just get the information, as in what's the username, what's the follower account, and so on. And I can't, unless I use something like browserless, and that is going to be not really useful and not really nice for me. So we'll see. But that's the plan. That's the first thing. It's pretty cool. I think it works. It has like good overall behaviors and so on. But you know, we're playing for now. We're playing. It's fine. I like it. So that's one. The second one is this one. This one took a bit longer, right? It's a lot of the other thing that we worked on before, but it's all of the overlays stuff. So I now have one place which is hosted um, on my own domains, and that is because of transparency. That's just my Mac being a bitch. Don't worry about it. So all of that is good, and this one is the one that I did today. That's the today. That's today. Uh, which was pretty nice. Um, so yeah, the randomness is not good enough, right there. So that's kind of something, and then the new one, which is not good enough for me to showcase just yet, is going to be a bit more expensive than the rest for sure. I think it's going to be $10 a month as a paid app, like no free tier situation, because no choice. Potentially like a 7 day trial, a first day trial. I don't know. It's kind of it's kind of complicated. There is some laws about the um, trial period in Korea and China that I need to work with for trial systems. So yeah. Um, a Dockerized browser testing automation tool. Do you have that? Can I have that? Can you give me that? Um, One of the other thing that I haven't like really showcased here because have a good work with a U, work and lurk at the same time because that works. Um, God damn, I did that. That's the wrong button, but that works. I did that. The glass, the the whole glass situation right there, that's pretty good. It's not necessarily the best option. I think it's really good around here. Um, but yeah, it's really popular on Reddit, which is pretty impressive. I always forget that Reddit is the place that I need to be in because goddamn, um, it's crazy. But yeah, that thing has just more upvotes than I have ever seen on Reddit, and I get it. Like the video is pretty cool, but yeah, I framed it as a here is how I did it. It's so nice, uh, and then people have downloaded the app, which I like. I need to like post a lot more for other apps, so we'll see when that happens. But God damn. But yeah, I don't know if I have had. Yeah, not much. Not much. Also, someone called Attack Helicopter uh, apparently used the app. But that's cool. That is cool. But yeah, no, overall, that's a thing. Perfume of Zim has been updated. Can has been updated. Ban has been updated. The new app eh, also finish in An, A-N-N. So BHNN, KAKANN, and a new one, and then as well. I don't know why, but it's kind of fun. The reason is because it's going to be a companion for Can, so it's still Japanese oriented, kinda, um, and we'll see if it works. But yeah, but that was fun in like starving or starting. Oh, you don't like the drama? I see it. I see. I see. Well, you know, it's just what's the drama about? That's the important thing, because it could be fine. It could be fine. You could be good. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. See, I really need that. So I need to take this at 3:30 in the afternoon. And now that we have the stream in the middle, um, I think we need uh, a stream alert on the whole screen to tell me that I need to take my fucking medication. Because goddamn. Otherwise, I'm dead. Um, mm, that's not drama. That's just fun. That I have drama as well from yesterday, but that's a different thing. That's impressive. Uh, that's crazy. Thank you. I'll check that out. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, I mean, the fact that they are blaming you and saying that they shut down because of you makes no sense. Like, make something good, people will come and market it well enough, and you should be good. Like, that's basically what it is. So, yeah. Hmm, that's bad. Yeah, I see. Um, yeah, I mean, it's people that don't have any take understanding, I'm guessing. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And that's usually what needs to happen. You just need to have enough marketing or good enough marketing so that, you know, uh, the simplicity of the project or the thing that you're building is just interesting enough for people to just get interested. But yeah, um, I'm looking for something. I don't know when that's gonna be and where. This one was later. Um, I'm looking at the messages that I sent to Kat, but that's I'm not finding the thing. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I did. Oh, for fuck's sake, sorry. Ah, that's bad. Well, I'm glad they died then, because goddamn, bitches, that makes no sense. I can't find it. I was hoping that I could potentially, but I cannot. Um, the yeah, interesting indeed. I mean, they're missing some taste in there. Not much, but just a bit. Just a bit would be good. But yeah, no, the drama for me from yesterday is I I was scrolling on TikTok as one does, and I came on a post of someone that is like a productivity guru type of situation, right? Where they just give you a PDF for $5 and you will get better and so on. And what I noticed is the fact that they are showcasing the thing that they are selling in Figma, my home. And inside of the Figma interface, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Um, you have things, right? You have the sidebars, you have the toolbar at the bottom, and the inspector on the side. All of that makes a lot of sense. The difference that we had on what they were showcasing is the fact that the toolbar at the bottom was the toolbar for ask to edit, which means that you don't own the file because you need to ask to edit to have access to the file. So I just mentioned in the comments that anyone that uses Figma knows that they don't own the file. That's not your thing because you have the hash to edit right there. So it makes no sense. I think 10 to 12 people liked the comments, meaning that they kind of knew what I was talking about. And then someone asked, whose files is it then? Because, are you basically, are you implying that it's yours? And I was like, no, it's just like, there's the asterisk right here, which means that it's not theirs. And what happened right after was really impressive. The original poster commented and said, I just wanted to have the interface as everyone would have it, which is not true because if you wanted to have it as everyone would have it, they would have the file, so they would have, you know, the not the need for us to edit. And then they replied again saying that they have, uh, I literally have a video of me showcasing, or a video showcasing me building them. And then they reply again, and then they replied again, and then they block me before I could read the comments that they have sent. And I, what that means to me is what I said was true. Like, you are literally proving my point that you don't own the file. You've been owned by someone that knows how Figma works. You tried to justify yourself 5 times and then blocked me because you would rather not have anyone that knows how shitty you are. And that was impressive because it happened in the span of 5 hours. Um, like I basically posted the comments, everyone liked it, and then when the owner of the platform just saw it, just it was kind of crazy. The other one, I've been getting blocked a lot more on TikTok, which is really appreciated because I am spreading the truth on the apps that are, or the platforms and other accounts that are just marketing accounts for specific Japanese learning apps. And most of them, including the one that I talk about most of the time, which is called Pingo AI, which is a wrapper of ChatGPT voice. You have access to that app for free in ChatGPT free tier. So you just have to get a ChatGPT account and then you start speaking with it and you're done. You have Pingo AI, Speak, Learn Languages, which is the other app that is currently known. The other one is called Hanashi. Um, and you basically have it for free in the free account, 5 minutes a day, which is better than what Pingo is giving you. And so I'm replying that in the people that are asking if the app is free. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's free for the first 5 minutes. After that, it's $15 a month, but you can get it for free if you just have a ChatGPT account. And these accounts that obviously are fake marketing accounts or fake account marketing for that app are just blocking me one by one, which is kind of impressive. One of them, which is building its own hiragana and katakana learning app, is didn't block me, which I'm really impressed by. And I said that before. They have like a Japanese learning app again, like everyone else. And what they do is that they're teaching you how to write on your phone. So my usual comment is, please don't learn how to write on your phone. You will have a fucked up muscle memory and you will fuck up when you need to write for real. And people are like, uh, well, no, that helped me a lot and so on. And the guy said, like, I'm implementing that by experience because it helped me a lot. And I was like, well, I'm telling you that by experience because when I moved to Japan, I tried to write my forms for my phone numbers, my banking, my address, and I fucked up all of them because I didn't know how to write on paper. And they haven't replied, interestingly enough. They haven't blocked me, which is pretty appreciated. But I wouldn't mind getting blocked again, like this one. But yeah, I'm trying to like basically just give users the information they don't have. And it's the thing that I think I said that this morning. Um, I just know stuff which pisses me off, and I know how things work, or at least if I don't know, I have a pretty good understanding of the tech behind it to understand how things should technically work um, in a vacuum. Like this thing is supposed to be that, and therefore they have like 6 options on the market to do that. So it's one of these. And so for Pingo specifically, they are basically factoring $15 a month when at their sizes, they probably have a business discount type of thing. And it probably costs them 10 to 15 a month per user, which is pretty fair, to be honest. Like from 10 to 15 is a jump, but like that makes sense. But then the quality of the content is kind of shit. Personal experience, personal take on that. That's not like it helps a lot of people, but still. And when I'm seeing other people building like other apps and making it like so expensive, I don't get it. I understand the greed for sure. I understand like getting money and so on, but I don't know. I mean, I always have um, a bit of a weird sentiment for the people and the CEOs and companies that just wants to get hired. Get hired? No, get acquired. You know, we talked about that before, where your boss end goal is to get acquired by a big company. I'm like, then I don't trust you because your only goal is to get money for money, and the thing that you're building, you don't care about it. You just care about getting the thing that you're building acquired at some point to get an exit strategy, and that just doesn't make any sense to me. So, you know, that's the thing. Um, anyways, by the way, Stony, in the message that I shared on TikTok about No Mercy is still getting likes on a regular basis. So it might be sending people over on your side. I know. Um, but it's still getting likes on a weekly basis. So more people to you. More people to you. Um, yeah, I think it's good. So pricing wise, you know, pricing wise, the thing that I have a bit of an issue with is, sorry, that pisses me off. Um, when it costs you 5 cents per user to run the platform and you charge $15, that makes no sense to me. If it costs you um, $5 and you charge 10, that makes sense. That's like you're covering like your cost for one user, and then you're splitting the cost of 2.5 on the rest of the free users, and you keep 2.5 for profits. There is a logic behind it, but when you are just saying like a user cost me 5 cents and I'm charging them 15, that's a no for me. That is a no for me. Let me see if I can find the fucking um Well, I can't. I got a notification about it uh, yesterday, and now on. Uh, I don't think I will be able to get through that. Specifically, not there. Um, yeah, if you have shareholders, that's the issue as well. I don't like shareholders. One of the reasons why I don't have a business partner as well. Yeah, I think you should. Um, I think you should 100% get like the 100% Kyoto route without having any investings, because that would make so much more sense and that would help a lot in, like, you know, getting or making sure that you are remaining independent, and that's more valuable to a lot of people. So I do that, but it is. I agree. I agree. Let me see if I can just find the fucking thing. And then, um, right there. Can I do... Can I do that? Probably. Yay. So that person here is probably also available on other platforms. I know you probably don't want to get... yeah, I know, I forgot everything, to be honest, on the chat. So they are talking about like a lot of things, and on this report thing that they are having is the state of home labs and what it's used for. And that account specifically is doing like a ton of really cool home lab and hosting section, like Plex, Jellyfin, and so on. And so that's why I learned about Overseer that I talked about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. So yeah, it's it's pretty neat. It's doing pretty neat. But yeah, that post specifically, even though it's on TikTok, for you, you know, could be useful. But yeah, I just commented that, and it makes sense. But then they have like another one for you specifically for the no mercy one that is on another post, which I don't know exactly which one it is, but that's the easiest way for me to access what they have. And yeah, they said they would look into it. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they will have like a video about it at some point on my feed, and I can send that to you. We'll see. We'll see. They are really interested into basically having their own system and ownership of data and so on. So makes sense for you. So yeah, I know, but you know, it doesn't cost you anything to be in the mind of people, right? Like if you have some people that talk about the word, the brand name, and then it's released, and then people are like, oh yeah, I've heard that. I've heard about that before. Let me take a look again. And now it's fine, you know. And Techie Days is really bad. You should have slept, but I get it. Um, how many people do you have as an overall thing? Um, yeah, the phones can wake up your TV. That's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. I don't think you need way more than that, to be honest. Um, you should be fine. I'm gonna say something that is not necessarily something that will please a lot of people, but I am almost certain, not certain, almost certain that a lot of the user-facing jobs that are extremely redundant and tiresome and bothering from a human point of view could be automated by just stack like Zapier or not an AI model because that might be uh, a bit of a different rabbit hole of users trying to ask things to the chat without really have the stuff, whatever, and then getting bugs that they don't need. Um, but yeah, I think a lot of the regular question could be like automated with the Zapier integration inside of a chat for support, and most questions can be like fixed, or most issues can be fixed really, really quickly and really simply by having a set of steps that are common for most users. So in the beginning, you don't have your user base common questions just yet. I mean, specifically if now you have like 100K, 100,000 users, you may have in support, but overall, it's over time you can build like a bank of questions. Like that question has been asked more than twice. It goes in the bank automatically. It's in the FAQ, meaning that if you have a chatbot for support, like early support, you can have a thing that just says, is that question or has that question been asked before? Point to that article. Otherwise, if it's not that specific, send to a rep or something. So, but that's an automation that can be done through Zapier chatbots kind of thing, not AI chatbots, but like regular chatbots. So you could um, probably be like hosted properly. It'd be good at 6. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't run businesses. I help businesses. That's what I do. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Um, what do you want a lawyer for? Why do you want a lawyer? Why do you want a lawyer though? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. No, I understand. That makes sense. Specifically with what you just had to go through with the other fucking company. Yeah. Really? I forgot where you are located. That might be the reason. Um, Also, yes, that is absolutely true. That's a really big advantage that you have, Stony, that most people don't have. Yeah, I see. Yeah, no, I get, therefore I get it. Yeah. The fact that it was a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I get it. I get it. For us French, it's sending a letter in the mail, a physical one, and that's it. I think it costs something like $40 or $50, if you want like a very uh, trademark type of situation. Otherwise, it's free. It's just like, oh, I need to register a company. Done. Bye. That's that easy. That easy. So, to get there, maybe. Um, yeah. I don't know exactly if you get like a benefit from being like trademark or incorporated in a European country. Do you uh, automatically go to Europe state? I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. Anyways, it is time. I know, but it is time. So good thing I know that this time zone is pretty good. I know that the overall system is pretty cool. We've spent most of the time in just chatting, which is appreciated. I highly appreciate that. Thank you so much. As always, if we want more stuff, we can work on more stuff. As Chris said, we might have some code related stuff on other days. I'll see what I can do if I can like prepare stuff specific, like thinking or features that I want to add to band that we need, like new cards, new models, new stuff. I'll see in the next few days if I can work on the prototype that is on my phone to see if I can showcase it. I won't showcase it until I have the domain name, as always, because that is the easiest thing to steal from someone. um, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. As it happens, we are aligned, and someone is currently live. So I'm gonna send you there. I'm going to send you there, which is appreciated as well. We have a new thing right about here. I don't know how automated I want this stamp to be, but I think it could be really cool to have uh, that stamp on my face based on the content, the stream number, and the date. So yeah, I think you can type exclamation mark grade if you wanted to do that, but I never know. Yeah, these two, even though right now Stream doesn't have my emote for some fucking reason, but yeah, you are, which is appreciated again. Really good, really good work. So yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'm gonna be back on Wednesday at 1:30, not 1 p.m., 1:30. And yeah, take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. Bye.